probably right over here.
Okay, that's fine.
So I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sergeant Terry. I'm
Nice
actually
meeting you.
a sergeant here with the Couchville Police Department.
All right.
And I am Tina Niblett. I'm a detective with the Oregon State Police.
Okay.
And just so you know, we are recording our conversation right now. It makes it a lot easier for
Yeah.
me, so I don't have to sit there and take all these
Write the
arduous
notes real quickly. Well, and I'm Linda Miller, and
Nice
we
to meet
are, as of the 1st of the month, we are new residents of Cottage Grove, and we love it.
Oh, good. Great.
At first, the first few days, we were just going by the Walmart, that side of town. And I didn't realize there was more town until we kind of got things, unpacked. And then we went driving around last Saturday, and it was like, wow, this is a wonderful town.
Oh, good. We're glad that
We
you like
had
it.
been in Monmouth,
Mhm.
and previous to that was Salem. And
Yeah.
you could just hear all the racket all the time.
Yeah.
And it was just like, wow. And everybody was always, even in the parking lot, they're hitting your car. And it's like, wow, we're out there on 40 acres now, and nobody to run into my car unless it's one of us. And I know where they live.
You know which way to point the finger.
Yeah.
There you go. So a couple of things about our conversation today. Door's right there. You're free to go at any time that you want to. If you don't want to talk to us, you don't have to. Kind of our goal for today is, obviously, I don't know. I know basically like that much of what this is all about, and so me talking to you is more just to get an understanding of what is going on.
Right.
Because I don't know.
I can only tell you what I know, which is really nothing, but because I'm related to the family there in Arkansas, and I was residing there for about 4 months, maybe something in my memory can help, and
Right.
that's why I believe I'm here.
Well, that's great. That is great. And I know you're wearing a mask. The sign said that you need to wear a mask. If you don't feel comfortable wearing the mask, you can take the mask off, I think. But it's up to you. If you want to wear the mask, then you're more than welcome
Well,
to.
what it is I have health issues,
Okay.
and I prefer wearing it if it's all right.
Yeah, no,
and
that's fine.
Because I have all these health things, and it's like, I just want to protect myself and live to be 100.
Right. And if any time you want to take a break, like you need to breathe,
Okay.
because I know it gets restrictive. I have done interviews where I've worn the mask and it gets hard to
Right.
talk. So if you ever need to take a break, you just say, hey, I need a break, or I need a breath, or whatever, and
Not a problem.
we'll get that taken care of for you. So I really don't know a whole lot about you or your family, and I was hoping to get a little bit of background information on you before I really start talking to you about like who's in your family, and I understand that you've done a lot of moves and
Well,
and all that.
okay. Basically, I was raised in Oregon City till I was 17, and I had my grandpa and his family, his sisters and brothers were in Texas. And so I moved there, and I finished school, and I got married, and I lived there for 43 years. And I lived in the same little house and everything. And my husband died in 2000. And at that point, it's like, I don't have to answer to anybody but me, and I'm always going to agree with myself. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go. And at some point, it'd been a number of years after my husband died, and Jeremy was only 15, and he didn't like the idea of moving to Arkansas because he grew up in that town, and he knew everyone, and everyone knew him. And so it was a little difficult for him to make that move, but we were only there for about 4 months, thereabouts, best of my recollection. And the reason was my dad was getting older, and my stepmom had developed Alzheimer's, and I wanted to spend as much time with them as possible. So we made the move, and we ended up on a big farm that was 200 acres, and it was about 3 miles from my dad's property. And because Grandma had allergies, she never got to live on the acreage they had out in the farm. So they lived in town. And so that was 11 miles from this farm where we were staying and living. And anyway, we were there, and I basically saw my parents every day. And, you know, yes, it was an 11-mile run, but, you know, I that's why I was there. And I cooked for them, and I did things. And anyway, that was my reason for being there.
Gotcha. Okay. So it was your dad and your stepmom that lived there, and then Jeremy moved with you.
Yeah, because he was only 15.
Okay. And then Billy is you have
Billy,
2 sons?
I only have 2 sons.
Okay.
I only have 2 sons. Billy's the oldest. He's 12 years older than Jeremy. Jeremy was the surprise, but a wonderful gift.
Yeah.
I told my husband, he's just a special gift because we thought we were just going to have one, and all of a sudden, wow, we're having another boy, and it kept us young. We had one in kindergarten and one a senior, and that was a hoot.
Yeah.
And Jeremy, it was comical because we'd go to the football games to watch brother playing football, and a lot of the away games and stuff. Well, Jeremy had to check out every restroom, you know, constantly. We're in the stands. I have to go to the restroom. And I told my husband, it's your turn. He goes, well, he doesn't go when we go. And I said, yeah, well, it's a dry run, but he wants to check out everything. But, you know, he kept us young.
Yeah, sounds like it. So, when you guys were in Arkansas, your father lived there, and I understand there was like a cousin that lived there too. There was some
Oh, my brother that's younger than myself, his name's Claude McCullough.
Okay.
He lived out on my dad's property. He had a trailer there, and you know, he raised his kids there, and he had 4 sons. He and his wife had divorced, and she lived in Searcy, Arkansas.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and anyway, the kids would spend time with him, they'd spend time with her, and, you know, that's where that came in.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And so was Jeremy close in age with those cousins?
No, they were older. I think the youngest one is Corey, and Corey was, I don't know, I'm guessing because I don't remember, and I don't see him all the time, so I don't know. I think he's 3 or 4 years older than Jeremy, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
But, you know.
So you guys moved to Arkansas, and then you left Arkansas after a couple months? Is that
No,
what
we
it was?
stayed about 4 months, and Jeremy just really wasn't adjusting to the little one-room schoolhouse, you know.
Right.
They had little cubbies out in kindergarten, you have little cubbies out in the hallway. Well, you know, you're in a bigger school, you expect lockers, you know, and they just told him put his gym clothes and his backpack in the cubby out in the hall. He goes, what if somebody steals it? And the teacher says, oh, they won't. And it's like, okay, you know, it's different. And the whole school was like 200 and, from kindergarten to senior, was like 200 and something kids.
Oh, wow.
And the community was only 413 or something like that. Maybe had a couple more for me and Jeremy.
Yeah.
But it was very small.
Yeah.
They were the bluebirds, the mighty bluebirds.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, but it was a wonderful community and everything. And we enjoyed it. And get to see my dad and my stepmom every day was really nice. And
Yeah. So, what was it that caused you guys to move? Because I understand then you moved to
we moved back to my house in Rockport, Texas, because I never sold it.
Oh, you didn't?
I never sold
Oh,
it.
Okay.
You know, and I'd had that house for 30-something years, you know, and since 1986.
Right.
So, you know, it was, the plan was to go, we rented, we didn't buy. the plan was to spend time with them in their days, their latter days. And, the point is that Jeremy, like I said, he missed his friends, which he grew up with from birth on.
Right.
He missed his small community there in Texas. And it's like, okay, and so I called Billy, and Billy works offshore Oilfield, and he would work a week on and a week off. And I called him and I said, well, we're going to go back to Rockport, Texas, and can you help me? Jeremy was only 15. He did not have a license. And, he had helped me move up there. And then so he's like, seriously, Mom? It's been like 4 months and you want me to come and get you? I was like, please? So he came. That's why he came.
Gotcha.
On a Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, whatever. And he pulled up to the house and they called me. I was at Grandpa's and Grandma's in town. And that day I had gone to pick up my brother Claude in Batesville, Arkansas, which is about 35 miles, somewhere around that. He was a trucker back then, and he had no transportation. He pulled up at his company and calls me, hey, can you come pick me up, sis? Yeah, take me to Mom and Dad's. I'm like, okay. So let's say that's noonish, whatever, and I go and pick him up, and we stop at a Walmart, and he gets all these household cleaning things for his family, and it's all loaded in my trunk. And I'm like, okay, so am I dropping you at your house or Mom and Dad's? Mom and Dad's. So he tells me, well, what I'm going to do is do my laundry, and then tonight I'm going to get back on the truck. So he had his son, Casey. Now, this is all me standing there and him telling me.
Right.
I don't know how it all followed through. I just know what I heard.
Right.
And that was, he goes, I'm going to call Casey, his second born son. No, I don't know. Anyway, one of his sons. He says, I'm going to call him. He worked at the local Sonic. He says, I'm going to have him bring his truck up here, and then I'm going to ride back to Batesville. And he said, and then the next day or so, Casey can get somebody to take him to Batesville and get his truck. That way he could kind of come and go when he was ready and didn't need to depend on anyone else to give him a ride over there at Lake. So anyway, while I was there, wasn't there long, Jeremy or Billy called me from my house and said, hey, Jeremy probably was the one. He goes, Billy's here. And I said, okay, I'll be right there. I got one stop. So what I do is I stop by my brother's house because I have to pass it. And I had asked him before I left Mom and Dad's, it's like, so what if nobody's home? And he said, we'll just leave the stuff on the porch. I said, I'm kind of like Jeremy, won't somebody steal it? And he goes, just put it on the porch. I'm like, okay. So I pull up right to the front of the trailer, and has a big built-on porch. And I just get out and I step up the steps and I go to the door and I knock. Nobody answers. Okay, there didn't happen to be a doorknob on. There was a bolt lock, but there was no doorknob. And I'm thinking, what? I hadn't dropped by there in a while, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? So I looked through the hole there, and there was 2 suitcases upright standing at the end. There was a bar, separating the kitchen and the living room. And those 2 suitcases were where I could visually see them through that little hole. And I thought, well, nobody's answering the door. I'll go get the toilet paper and the paper towels and laundry soap, all that, and sit it on the porch. Well, when I turn around to go back to the trunk of my car, the neighbors, which are positioned, you have to go by their trailer, but it's pretty much in line. Let's say my brother's trailer's here, and this other trailer is like right here. And these people are not related in any way, but I turn around and they're just all staring at me, and like I told Officer O'Neill, it's like, strange enough, I said, they could probably tell you what color my hair is, did I brush my teeth, what I was wearing, I mean, everything. My tag number, I didn't do anything. It was just broad daylight, and I knocked on the door, went back to get the stuff, and they're watching me. I felt very uncomfortable.
Right.
And anyway, so I did what I was supposed to do, got on out of there, and went on home. And then the boys and I, we had dinner. We packed up some more stuff. Typically, I had a lot of it packed already because it was a little bit of a plan. We knew he was coming. Anyway, so that's what we did Sunday. And then Monday, we got up, took Jeremy to school, 7:30, something, he had to be there, I think, 7:30. So we got out earlier than that and took him to school. And then I'm thinking we went on over to Ash Flat, it's another little town, and that had the U-Haul trucks because we had to get the trucks and the trailers to pull our cars on. So we went over there and we found out the U-Haul place, and they told us, well, we haven't got anything available for you today. You need to come back tomorrow at about 10 o'clock, thereabouts. So we did just that. We came back, we packed some more, and I was giving my son Billy the business. It's like, look, we're leaving, and I haven't even got a chance to go to Branson, Missouri yet. We're only like an hour and something away, and I haven't got to see it. Everybody's talking about this place. And it's like, I really nagged, and he goes, okay, when we pick up Jeremy from school at like 3:30, we'll just head over there. And when I talked to Officer O'Neill, I told him I didn't remember which vehicle. But I did ask my son. I have a bit of an issue with my memory, but I said, did we take my car or yours? And he goes, mine, Mom. He goes, you were the bad navigator and I was the driver. I'm like, okay. I did remember I was the navigator. I just don't remember what car we were in. We were in Billy's car.
Right.
And so we were in his truck. And we went over, we went to the, the center place where you, tourist little place.
Yeah.
And we got some things, to go check everything out. And it's daytime, mind you. So we drove around, checked everything out, but what we found is you kind of have to have a plan beforehand to make reservations or buy tickets. So we just got we just checked everything out and knew for later on we would make another trip, which later on I got a condo there, and I got to spend a lot of time every year there, like 2 weeks.
Nice.
And so it was like, I was impressed with everything, and we went to a lot of shows, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But, we went over there, and basically we were tourists. We went and got a bite to eat. We got gas, but we spent a lot of time over there, and then we saw everything, and then we came back, and and then the next day, this is another thing that the boys, in talking to them, like this last couple of days when we were all together, was that Jeremy only went to school on Monday. And that Monday, the principal had come out. He's, like I said, it's a small school. And he's really involved with the kids and the parents. And I told him, well, we're moving back to Texas. Jeremy's not adjusting very well. He'll be real happy to be back with all of his lifetime friends. And he goes, well, whatever's best for him. So he was in the know that Monday was Jeremy's last day. So Tuesday, Jeremy and I and Billy, we went over in one vehicle, and we went and got the trucks about 10 o'clock. And then we came back and just got busy. But in going by the trailer, my brother's trailer, we saw a bunch of vehicles. And I looked over there and I said, what the heck is going on? Because he's way back from the road, but you could see a lot of vehicles. And I'm like, what's going on? Is he having some kind of party or something? Because at that time, Casey was the only one who lived there when my brother was out on the road. And so anyway, I commented that, what's going on? And that must be a party. And so when we got home to my place, I said, I'm going to call Grandpa and tell him, ask him if he knows anything about a party or has anybody complained. And so he tells me he's going to go, he's going to give the boy a call, is the way my dad says it. And I said, well, whatever, I got packing to do. So we're packing and we're staying there at the house. And anyway, at some point, this is my dad later telling me, because we never left, but my dad later, with his neighbor, which was across the street, his name was Troy, don't know his last name, but his property was directly across the road from my dad's. And they were friends, and they leased the farm that I was living on, and they had their cows, and they did the hay and all that. Well, they came over on Tuesday, and they were working, and I go, so what was going on? And he goes, a young lady's missing. And I'm like, oh, okay. And, I know no more. We finished our packing up, and we left like mid-morning on Wednesday morning and came on home. Billy called all of his friends. He's grown up in that same neighborhood, all his life. So he calls all of his friends, and they come over and they unload the trucks. And I said, just put the big furniture in the house in place, and all the boxes, just put them in the double car garage. So it was done in no time with all that help. And then I think on Friday, the local officers, detectives there in Rockport, Texas, they came over and they said Arkansas State Police had requested that they come and speak with us. Did we know anything? Well, no. I personally have never met this young lady. And as far as hearsay goes, I heard things about the situation, her, but I didn't know her. I've never met her. And the things I heard were through my dad. Apparently she had been a visitor to my brother's house a number of times, or weekends or whatever, and she had dogs. And one of the comments that my dad made at some point was, I don't really think he knew her, other than, when he'd go out to his little cabin, they had put the dogs down in his cabin, and he wasn't any too happy about that because they pottied in the house. Nobody was seeing to their needs, and I don't know if somebody had company at the trailer. I don't know what the situation was, but Dad was, fussy and saying, they put those dogs in there and they didn't even let them out to go to the bathroom. And who's going to clean that up, Yeah. My dad was like an old fart. But I guess with reason,
Yeah.
But that's really all I know. And, we went about our we had a plan. We followed through with it. No, while we were there, nobody came to talk to us. And, but we talked to anyone, we answered all the questions when they're in Rockport.
Right.
When the officers came, and we told them everything we knew, which isn't much.
Right. So when your brother asked you to drive him over to the place where his truck is?
Yeah, Batesville.
Yeah. Did you tell Jeremy or Billy that you were going to be over there, and then, hey, I'll be back, let me know when Billy gets here? How did that come about?
Yeah, I asked Jeremy if he wanted to come with.
Okay.
And he said, Mom, I just want to lay around and watch TV. And what 15-year-old kid wants to hang with Mom?
Right.
And that's, it seems like 35 miles isn't very far, but in those mountains, it's mountainous, and it seems like a lot further.
Okay.
But, it's really about a 30-minute run. But
Right.
anyway, I told him, and I said, when your brother gets here, let me know. Because I think my brother had told me that I was going to drop him off. I already knew I was going to drop him off at my parents'.
Okay.
And that's like 11 miles from my house.
So why did your brother have you go to Walmart and get all the cleaning supplies if he wasn't even going to be there to clean
Because
his house?
his kids don't, they live there probably free of charge and all that, but they don't always clean up after themselves, should I
Yeah.
say. And at some point, my brother was going to be home. I don't know what his schedule was, but let's just say, I don't know. If he was coming home in a week, he wanted those supplies there.
Right. What
And
kind of, just for my curiosity, what kind of supplies did you buy?
toilet paper. Well, I didn't buy it, but he
Or
did.
did he buy it?
Toilet paper, paper towels, laundry soap, dish soap. And that's the best I can remember. And I just thought, yeah, well, I know my kids, they'd run out the last roll of toilet paper, and it's like, Mom! It's like, seriously, when you put the last roll on, couldn't you have mentioned it? I went to the store already,
Right.
But that's the way kids are.
Right. And so you set him up on the porch and you looked through the hole where the
Yeah.
doorknob was supposed to be. I know you said that there was the suitcases there and there was a bar, but what did the rest of the place look like?
I couldn't see. There's just a little doorknob
Did it-
hole, and I just looked straight this way, and I didn't see anything other than those two suitcases sitting at the end of the bar.
What did the suitcases look like?
They were dark, and they were like those smooth,
Like plasticky or
yeah,
cloth?
yeah, like those
Like those
hard
hard
shell
plastic?
kind of
Oh,
ones.
okay.
And there was, that's I have a problem with my memory, but I'm doing the best I
Yeah,
can
no,
on
you're
this.
doing great. You're doing great.
But I thought, this girl comes, and this is all hearsay, that she would come over for the weekends or whatever, and, it's Sunday. I'm thinking, well, she's probably going home. And there was a car out front, only one car.
Okay.
And I don't know what kind it was. It was a dark colored car, kind of boxy. And like the trailer is, like, let's say this line is the trailer,
Right.
okay? And the tongue of the trailer is right here. And then the porch is like built on porch, covered porch is right here. Well, this car was parked like this with the front of the car. It wasn't up to the porch, but it was close. And it was just sitting there. And I thought, well, somebody's here. So when I went and knocked on the door, I thought somebody was there.
Right.
No one answered the door. And I just thought, well, okay, I'm going to unload it, just like you said, put it on the porch, and leave.
Yeah.
I got to go home. My kids are waiting.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I went back home. We had a home-cooked meal. And Billy's like, come on, Mom, let's get this stuff packed. Let's do this, let's do that, because I'm only home a week.
Right.
And, I guess he took a Saturday to rest at home. It's a 16-hour drive from Texas
Oh, wow.
to Arkansas, there in Melbourne. And 16-hour drive, and it's a long drive.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we just chilled on Sunday evening, ate dinner at home, and talked, and I packed up some more stuff, basically kitchen stuff, and then it was like him constantly, come on, Mom, I got to get back home, I got to have a little rest. So we moved pretty quick on everything.
Yeah.
But some of it I had never unpacked from getting there. I took
Right.
everything, but some of it we never unpacked.
Right.
Just a lot of our personal stuff, and I was hoping it would be a long-term situation, but I thought it was nice. I'm sitting way out in the country and way off the highway and up on a hill in this old farmhouse and drinking my coffee out on the porch, and it was just so pleasant, you
Yeah.
know, and it was nice. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah. And So my understanding is that you moved to Texas, and then you guys have like lived in Washington or something, or where? How many places did you guys move? Because you guys have moved. Have you moved a lot? Because you went to Texas, and then somehow you ended up in Oregon, which is where you grew up.
Oh, well, at 17, I moved to Texas.
Right, but no, I
And
mean,
I
you moved to
s-
Arkansas, then you moved back to Texas, and then where did you go after you moved to Texas?
Okay, I ended up, all right, I didn't sell the house until right before I moved to Oregon.
Oh.
I rented it at one point,
Right.
and, okay, so we went back, we lived in our house, and Jeremy graduated from high school and all that stuff. And I'm working as a security for a company. It's like an oil company type situation, where they reel all these underlying pipelines. The pipe is welded together, and then it's reeled on these great big reels and put on a ship and taken out into the ocean or wherever they're laying it. And so that's where these pipelines come in. So I was a security and had my TWIC card and all that stuff. You know, I was licensed with the state of Texas as, you know, under their guidelines as a security. You had to have that card. From there, I got an offer to work as a security in West Texas, which was Big Lake, Texas, and it's only like 3,000 people. I was there by myself, living in my travel trailer and making very good money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was, believe it or not, it was like $10,000 a month.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
and there was no taxes taken out, but I had to pay taxes on it. But still, that was like $110,000, and I was just, I had nowhere to spend it because you can't go anywhere. You have to stay right there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I made a bank account in that little town of Big Lake, like 3,000 people, and you call their bank, it's like Citizens Bank, and you call 1-800, how much money do I have in the bank? It says, hello, this is Betty. It's a recording. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to tell everybody, call that number, because it sounds like a person. Hello, it's Betty. But anyway, I stayed working for that company for 2 years. And then during that time, Jeremy had gotten married, and her people lived in Colorado. And so we decided, you know, hey, everything is just kind of like we're tired of Rockport, you know, and we'd lived there forever. And it's like, hey, let's check that out, you know. So we all went up there as a family, and we leased a house for a year. And if we really liked it, we were going to buy. Well, we decided we didn't want to live there forever. And so that's when Jeremy stayed in Colorado, and I moved, with Billy's help, all of my belongings and Billy's belongings to Oregon, to my sisters, and in storage. And they live in Silverton. Okay, but I had to go back. I stayed a month and had a wonderful time, and that was like at the end of May, and I don't know what year, but we went. I made sure everything was stored away in our vehicles, only my little Chevy Spark, that's the only thing I had, and some clothes in the back seat, and off I go after my month. And it was sad to leave. My sister's like, oh, you're moving home. And I said, yeah. And she goes, are you dying? I mean, you've been gone like 43 years. And I'm like, no, but I wanted to spend a little time where I didn't have to hop on a plane to come have coffee. I go, now I just can drive an hour and come have coffee.
Yeah.
Or have a gathering or something. And but they all were concerned about, why are you moving back after all this time? And what it is my husband's family had all our path. Well, I think there's 2 left out of a very large family, a brother and a sister. Some of my siblings had passed, And it's just like, life is short, and I wanted to be near my people. And I went to high school here, so in Oregon City, so it was like I got to meet some of my old friends, and that was my purpose. But okay, so what did I miss? What place did I miss?
Well, you were in Silverton, and is that when you moved to McCullough? Is it
We never moved to McCullough.
What was the town? I'm Mount Myth.
When we put
go.
our stuff in Silverton and everything, we lived in a travel trailer, my work travel trailer, at oh gosh, it's over there by Enchanted Forest. It's a trailer park. Well, now it's little mini homes or something.
Oh, okay.
And so at some point they go, okay, we're getting rid of all you trailers. We're going to just have these little mini homes. And it's like, okay. So from there, we got an apartment in Salem, and we were there a year. And then it was like, well, this is pretty crowded. Everybody keeps hitting my car. So we thought it was 2-bedroom, just Jeremy and I. And then we decided we wanted something bigger. So we moved to Monmouth, same company, Diversified Rental. It was the same people that we had rented from the apartment. And they said, well, we got bigger places over here. It's a townhome, and you have a backyard, fence, all this. So we moved over there, and we really liked the small community there, and lived there 2 years. And then Billy came home recently, and he goes, you know, they all worry about me because of my health issues and whatever. And I mean, how long can I keep going paying all these, like $1,300 a month and all this? And bad knees, the whole business, and diabetes. And so they're concerned about my health. And it's like, you know what, Mom, we're going to look for property, and we'll just, you know, come together, and that'll be our little compound or whatever. And so we can spend a lot of time together. And when I retire, hopefully that's soon, we'll all be together and get to spend time together. And Billy has been working overseas for quite a long time. He started working when he was about 20 in the oil field. His dad was an oil field person.
Okay.
And so most everybody he knew was in the oil field, and they gave him a little helping hand on how to get into that. And so he's furthered his education on all that, and you know, so he's been doing it. He's 44. That's like 24 years. And so he's been, I think he hasn't had very many employers there. He stayed with all of his employers until, you know, he got an opportunity to go overseas. And that's a Texas company as well. But they sent him to Africa, and he's been over there a number of years where it's like 28 days on, 28 days off. So he goes, I said, well, you know, what kind of job security do you have? And he said that it was good, but at the same time, he goes, some days, Mom, I go, what are you doing? And it's a lot of computer work, and they teach the African people that are working on those rigs and stuff, they're teaching them how to operate everything and to run everything. And he goes, one day I'm thinking, you know, my job isn't going to be needed any longer. He goes, and then the next couple of days, they don't remember anything I told them. He goes, so I think I have job security. And he's been with them on that same platform for, I don't know, 5-6 years. It's been a while.
Wow.
Maybe longer. But, you know, he likes the money and everything. And then at some point, he got married to someone in the Philippines. And he's got 2 beautiful, too bad I didn't bring my phone, I could show you pictures. But beautiful little boy, and his name is Billy the Fourth, just adorable. And the little girl is Bella Marie, and she's adorable. Anyway, they're like, Billy will be 6 December 20th, I think, and Bella turned 3 on October 24th.
Uh-huh.
So we talk a lot on the phone to them, and
Uh-huh.
and
Do they get to come and visit you?
well, typically I go to see them
Oh.
because it was easier for us to move around before the coronavirus, and now it's making it where travel is very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's just difficult to travel. And before, when all this started happening last March, it was kind of like a total lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
Billy had to stay offshore like a long, long time. And I said, well, why don't they let you go to the man camp on land? And it's what the old company pays for. It's like a motel or something, and they have a cafeteria, and it's just a little compound type place where they're safe.
Right.
But it's scary over there in Africa. They are protected, and they kind of are in compounds, and they tell them, do not go out of this compound, or you're on your own, because when they bring them in, they're in buses, and they have armed protection.
Yeah.
And so it's a scary situation, But
Yeah.
once they're out there, and they're safe. But
Yeah.
it's kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about my kids being in a situation like that. I think I'd be a little bit nervous.
Well, kids, they're going to do what they want to do,
Right.
and at this point, he's been in the oil field quite a long time. At some point, he's going to retire, and, he's hoping to retire and have his kids and everything, and his wife from the Philippines come and join us,
Okay.
and here in Cottage Grove.
Oh, wow.
And so that's the plan.
Yeah. So Jeremy's always lived with you?
Yes, he's never left home. He'll be 32 December 2nd, and he's never left home. He's my baby.
Yeah.
But even Billy, when he was my husband, when he was alive, it's like little roosters, Dad says, you make as much money as I do. You need to get out.
Right.
and it's like I get in between, and I said, excuse me, these are my babies, and they can live here as long as they like, till they're like even 52. Well, Jeremy's taken me up on that. Billy left home at 25.
Right.
And Jeremy, no, he's never left.
Yeah.
They say, we're taking care of you, Mom. Thank you.
Yeah, but is it he's taking care of you, or are you taking care of him still?
I think it's a little both. I have
Yeah.
my honey-do list for him, and he's really tall compared to me, and I just tell him, because I have to go get a ladder and everything to change a light bulb, and Jeremy just has to, reach up there and put it in.
Yeah.
And I just say, I've got my honey-do list here, change the air filter in the, in the central heat and air unit. Here's the light bulbs that need to be replaced, and he's been good to me.
Yeah. Does he
And,
help you do the cooking and the laundry too?
Yes, believe it or
Wow.
not, they do. Both boys do
Yeah.
really good cooking, and at this point, sometimes I don't cook a lot. In the last years, I haven't cooked a lot, and so it's kind of like Jeremy will call me repeatedly for the same recipe, chicken and rice casserole, and it's like, Jeremy, did you write it down? I mean, I don't need to tell you every time. I've got a gazillion cookbooks there at the house. Open one.
Yeah.
You prefer, I'm on the phone, and I'm stepping him through it, and
Yeah.
but he has some recipes he's got on his own, and he does really well.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's good.
but I got where I just don't cook that much, and when I do, it's something special, and then they brag about it, so I'll do it again another time.
Yeah. They help you out with the cleaning around the house and
Yeah,
everything
they
too.
do. They
That's
do.
good.
They're really good to me. They really are.
Yeah.
And
Sounds like you care about them and they care about you, and that's what family's all about, right?
Yeah.
Right, looking out for
Well,
each other.
they've lost a dad. Jeremy was only 11 when Dad died in 2000, and it was a long death. You know, he was in the hospital 5 months, and it began with gallbladder issue, where a stone came out of the gallbladder bag or whatever, and it went up and went down his bile duct, and it lodged just beneath his pancreas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all that bile and everything that's created and everything to break down the foods, it has nowhere to exit through the intestinal situation because of that gallstone. Mm-hmm. Well, it was eating his pancreas. It was just awful, and they did everything they could, and he had numerous surgeries, and they tube fed him, and they did all this, and after 5 months, there was, he had blood transfusions. It was tragic, but the kids seeing that and being around him, and they were just, he's telling them, take care of Mom.
Right.
And, it was just, they were so fearful of me passing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they still are, because then, like I used to tell them when they were little, Billy was 12, Jeremy was newborn, and he was used to being the only child. Mm-hmm. And I would tell him, hey, Billy, in the future, this is going to be your best friend. Mm-hmm. This little fella that's, a mess right now, and trying to get his way and pulling your hair and whatever. Yeah. I said, he's going to be your best friend. And they are best friends.
Yeah.
They love each other very much. And, and sometimes I think Billy feels like the dad. He's not, but it's like, I tell him, I go, yeah, you boys are just always bossing me around, telling me, sit down, Mom, we'll do this. And I'm like, I'm stubborn, and I say, I will do what I need to do, and I'm capable. And anyway, they're just, like I said, they're a mess. I tell them, well, boys, it's like I have 2 husbands bossing me around. And I go, you're loving it, Mom.
Yeah. Gosh, that must have been hard. I don't know what I would do if my husband died and I had my 2 little kids. And
it was difficult, but I was very fortunate. I went and got my, back in the day, you only had to have your certificate for subbing. And I knew lots of people that did that in the local school district. And that's what I did for a number of years. It matched Jeremy's school schedule.
Oh, there you go.
So I was able to sub, and sometimes they were long-term subs. And I think I got paid $52 a day for a long-term. And that may not seem like, a lot, but to me, from zero.
Yeah.
And plus I got my widow benefits, and Jeremy got his Social Security from Dad passing.
Okay.
So we were able to get by on that, and we owned the house, and we owned the cars and what have you, so.
Right, but besides just needing that economic support, I mean, you need the community support. Did you guys turn to like church, or how did you guys cope with that end of things?
Well, we did have our church friends, and then we had friends that, that are neighbors, and just different people that we had been close to before. They just kind of pulled us in, and and one of my friends, her name was Charlotte, and I said, girl, you just seem to be the type that you look at Thanksgiving around the table. I said, this is your little broken wing family.
Yeah.
I said, because everybody had something going on.
Yeah.
Whether it be Dad passed, wife is divorcing and leaving the 2 children with Dad. I mean, it was a blessed table. It really was. But I said, this is your little broken wing group here.
Yeah.
But it was wonderful to be part of. I had so many people, my friends, their mothers and fathers. It's like they just kind of pulled us in. I could either be a Green one day or whatever their names were, the
Yeah.
family friends, and they
Yeah.
would just pull us in, and we'd be part of their Christmas holiday because
Yeah.
it was kind of lonely,
Yeah.
just us. And what do you do with yourself? And all of our people, my husband's people, they had passed from cancer, a lot of them. And it's just like they were dropping like flies, and
Right.
it was lonely for us.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of depression on mine and Jeremy's part, and I did what I had to do, and I said, Billy had a different mother than you, Jeremy. I said I was in such a depression in those from 11 on, and I said, but we made it through, but with Billy, I was a young mom that was always in the school doing something, and I said until Billy got in 6th grade, and he goes, Mom, they don't have room moms now. Can you stay away from junior high? I was like, are you sure? You don't need me? But then I started doing that for Jeremy, and I would go out and read to the kids and
That's nice.
become very involved with Jeremy's stuff until Jeremy told me, Mom, I'm old enough. You don't need to come to school anymore. So then I subbed, and I saw him anyway.
Yeah.
I was like, are you Jeremy's mom? Yes.
That's so funny.
But I mean, I enjoyed it, and most of these kids, I knew them from kindergarten or pre-K all the way through seniors, and it was like, hey kid, I see somebody doing something wrong, it's like, I'll be calling your parents, and they're, oh, Miss Miller.
Yeah.
But it's like, I know them. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah.
But
A lot of, so being in the schools and everything, you know a lot about accountability and
yeah, there's
People on
consequences
their
for
own.
everything. That's what
consequences for
I,
everything.
yeah.
That's part of life and part of growing up and
Oh, I'm the parent that goes to school and sits in class for 8 weeks. It's like, this is how it is. You can't make good choices. Well, I'm here, right here for you.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
my son, Jeremy, was mortified. It's like, I told the principal, he thought it was wonderful. He goes, is your shadow with you today, Jeremy? And I'm right behind him. And his head's down. He goes, yes, sir. Do you think she's going to go over to high school with you? I hope not. But it taught him a valuable lesson that, when I say something, I mean it. And don't think I won't come to the school and be your shadow. And I didn't work then, so,
Yeah.
or I subbed or something. So I was able to work it in.
Right. So as Billy and Jeremy have gotten older, have you had to hold them accountable for anything else? Other behavior or anything like that?
They've really been good. I mean, yes, in regards to Billy, when he got married, that was a situation, well, him and his girlfriend, they had a baby. And then 5 years later, she went her way, and then 5 years later, they get married.
The
Billy's first wife, they get married.
oh, okay. Where was this at?
Texas.
Oh, in Texas. Okay.
Yeah, in
I'm
Texas.
I'm still tracking on the wife. He's got a wife in the Philippines
Yeah,
right now.
yeah,
But this is a
he's
different
only,
person
that's
you're
his,
talking
yeah,
about. Okay.
this is his first wife.
Okay.
And she grew up in Rockport, Texas, just like Billy did.
Right.
And anyway, they didn't get married. I think they had a plan, and then she decided no. And anyway, we got to see the baby and what have you, and I think she moved off to Oklahoma with some other fella or whatever. And then she moved back, and then they got back together, and they got married at about, I think, 5 years later or something.
Oh, wow.
And they got married and all that, and then I don't really remember, maybe 3 years later, they had another little baby. And so they had 2 girls,
Uh-huh.
Heidi and Emily. Heidi's 23,
Oh, wow.
and Emily, March 16th, will be 15.
Okay.
And they live in Spring, Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he ever get to see them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, last summer they came, well, 2 summers they came and stayed with me in Monmouth, and you know, he flies them in, and he gets to see them if he comes, but most of the time it's been just me and Jeremy and my other grandson, Jeremy's son.
Oh, okay.
And
how old is Jeremy's son?
Oh gosh, he's 7. I think he's 7, and his mom has just recently gotten married, and they live in, I may have this wrong, it's like Lopez, Colorado or something. It's the very southern part, down near anyway, near Mexico, the New Mexico area.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But I think it's Cortez.
Oh, I've never been to Colorado. I don't know. So
I don't really know either, but I may have it wrong. But anyway, he gets to come every summer for 2 months.
Oh, fun.
And so we have a ball, you know, and then in the summer when Heidi and Emily have come, we're all together, you know, the kids and everything. We go to Lincoln City to the beach, and we just every day we have a plan and just have fun. We do water gun things, you know. We fill a bucket with water, and then they're out there torturing each other.
Right.
It's like I'm closing the door.
Right.
But it's enjoyable.
Right. So what happened with Billy and his first wife? How come they're not together anymore?
My opinion is that I don't really think she wanted to get married again, or what she wanted was the financial stability to finish her college and get this job that she was seeking in Houston.
Right.
And I had told Billy, I always, you know, mothers are not, I told you so. I said, from my view, and he loved her dearly, but it was like, I felt like from the beginning that she wanted the financial stability and him to help her go to college. And she did. She got her associates. And as soon as she got the associates, she's like, well, I'm leaving. And he was devastated. And that was when he was still living stateside.
Yeah.
And we got to visit the kids, you know. It was like, when she was local, it was like every other week, you know. They would come to my house, and he was at my house. And anyway, that way I got to see them too. And
how old was he when he went through his first divorce? I guess maybe it's his only divorce. Has he been only married 2 times?
He's only been divorced once, and I don't know.
Oh.
Heidi was 11, so he was probably 31 or something like that.
How old was he when they got married? Because they had that gap.
20. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So was he married when you guys were living in Arkansas?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they were married.
That's why he needed to get back so fast.
Well, no, he also had to be his work. You know, if he left on a Saturday to come to Arkansas, and he gets there Sunday afternoon, okay, he's driven 16 hours, okay? So now we go to Branson on Monday at my insistence, and then Tuesday, I mean, we packed and things were packed. Anyway, so Tuesday, we were making sure the trucks were loaded. Wednesday, we finished up, and about noonish, something like that, we pulled out. He had to get back to go back to work on Friday.
Oh, okay. And he was...
Or something like that, anyway, because it was 1 week off and 1 week off.
Okay.
So I may not have the details correct, but it's close.
Right. So in that time, was he working...
Offshore.
It was offshore, so it wasn't like... they had to like fly him out or boat him out to wherever this was.
Yeah, they go in a helicopter, and you're out there for a week.
What do they do if a storm happens?
Well, then they have to batten down the hatches, and they stay out there until the certain alerts, like you have your alert 1, 2, 3. Well, if the hurricane's coming your way, there's procedures, you batten down the hatches and whatever, and then they, typically if it's a hurricane, they'll come and get them by boat or get them sooner than the bad weather and the wind and all this,
Right.
they'll come get them on a helicopter and bring them to land.
Wow.
And then it's a reprieve until that scared me.
Yeah.
And but me working for one of my security companies, it was local, and you know, I've ran from those storms all those years, and it's like, you know what, I'm done running. It's my time, it's my time. And I volunteered to be a guard at this company, and there was one other girl, and it had 2 yards, a north and a south.
Mm-hmm.
I volunteered for north, and I was the only person alive out there, and I had the gates all locked down. Nobody could enter, but there was a people there, me. And then we were told, I think that was Hurricane Ike or something that was going to hit Texas.
Okay.
Anyway, what they did is they told us at a certain time, I think it was going to hit at 1 o'clock in the morning. They told us, pack up at 10 o'clock, take all these documents and radios and all this stuff in case things get blown away.
Mm-hmm.
And take cover, you know, go. And if we couldn't make it, go into the brick buildings that were there on site. And we just went home. We locked everything up. 6 o'clock the next morning, I think I was probably 6 miles down the road at Billy's house. And I said, she calls and she goes, well, everything's still here. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get up and go to work. I'm like, okay, I'll be there. But we volunteered, and we had to make sure there was no people coming on the site, but you know, you do what you're supposed to do, and everybody else in creation had evacuated because Rockport and that area is a peninsula, and if you don't leave when the water's low, then you're surrounded by water, and you're stuck.
Right.
And even me with my little tiny car, back then I drove a neon, a little tiny neon, very low to the ground, works for my short legs, but anyway, I would have to wait till these big pipe trucks would go down the highway. And then once I saw one, they're spreading the water, and I get right up on their tail. And when I had to do that because my car would be flooded if I didn't. But as those trucks go through, the water just parts, and I'm just like, and I got through, and then the water goes back down, and I'm like, yay, I can go home. But it's like, you want to get out if you can, but like I said, I told my kids during these hurricanes, people die on the road from running out of gas and heat stroke, and you know, there's so many people trying to evacuate that. And then you can't find a hotel room, and you hope you have a relative somewhere further inland that you can go and camp out or something. And
Right.
but
Right.
What brought you guys to Oregon? Or to Cottage Grove of all places?
well, that's just it. My Billy, you know, he's over there in Africa, and sometimes he's working the night shift, and he doesn't have a whole lot to do, so he's looking. You know, he's been thinking about my retirement. He's on the computer, and he's checking out all this land area, and he had looked in some other areas, but you know, he's depending on me to go look at it. It's like, I have a life, I'm working, you know, I don't have time to go look over here or over there. Or I tell him, that's a bad area. Sometimes I don't know that, but I'm telling him so he quit bugging me. Well, he got to come over to the U.S., and he already had been looking at property in this area, and that property had been pending. So when he saw on the computer, once he's over here, he's like, oh, it's no longer pending. So that apparently that sale fell through. So he called the real estate. I guess she's out of Eugene or something. And anyway, he said he wanted to see that property, and he took the family out there, and you know, Jeremy's little son, Jeremy's girlfriend, just the whole family took him out there, and they checked it out, and the owners just gave him a great tour, and so the real estate lady is like, we want it. And it went through, apparently he signed off on it, or I did, because I have like his power of attorney or something. He was back working, and I had to sign all the papers at the title company. I said, I deserve something, you know. My fingers are falling off. There's a lot of papers. And he had to write his name by POA. Anyway, I had to write all this stuff, and a few times I started to write my own name. And she's like, no, no, no. So, yeah, and but it's just a beautiful area, and I still have my sisters, you know.
Yeah.
One is in, it's up there, it's on the Washington side. It's by Woodlands or something like that. Washington.
Woodland, Washington?
Yeah,
Outside
yeah,
Vancouver?
Yeah, it's up in that area. They live up on the hillside or something in the country, and 5 acres or something, and it's really nice there too. And she goes, but you guys better watch out. We have coyotes here. And I said, well, I don't know what we have, but I know we're sitting on the patio, and the deer, we got these pastures all the way around. You're just sitting out there in the evening and have a coffee or something, and you can yell, go away, or whatever, and they just look at you like, this is my territory. And it's really nice and quiet, and it's pleasant. But this is just a beautiful community, and that's how we got here.
Yeah. So who's the actual owner of the property?
Jeremy and Billy and Kara, which is Jeremy's girlfriend. Okay, so, but on the documentation, it's Kara and Billy.
Oh. How come Jeremy's not on the documentation?
Because he probably would have brought their credit score down.
Oh, gotcha.
She works as an accountant for the state of Oregon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And right now she gets to work from home, and she's enjoying the countryside too. She goes, this is my dream. All I need to do is get me a couple horses from the, what it is the wild horses that you, Mustangs or something that you can.
BLM or Warm Springs?
I don't know, but she just said that you can adopt them, and wild Mustangs or what that have been rescued, and you can adopt them.
So what does Jeremy do?
He works for a company called RTR. It's a commercial repo company, and he's worked for them since he arrived in Oregon. And I can't tell you what year because I don't know. I know we lived in the trailer a year, we lived in the apartment a year, and then we lived in the townhouse for a year. Whatever year that was that he got here. So at least 4 years or more.
Yeah.
And he's worked for the same company.
Yeah.
And for a little while in the summer, he worked for the state of Oregon as a prison guard.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And physically, he has asthma as a child, and every so often it gives him trouble. You know, they said he would grow out of it, but there's times, depending on the conditions, that he'll have issues. And I guess that got in his way, and then his weight got in his way. But he actually worked there for probably about, and I'm guessing, 3 or 4 months or something. And that was when COVID first started, and so they put him on the job, and he worked, and then they finished off the training, and near the end, where, you know, it was very hot in the summer, and they're having him run these laps or whatever, and he was stopping and panting, and they go, I don't know if you're going to make this, Miller. And he goes, yeah, I think you're right, as much as I want it.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
but so he just went back to RTR. They love him over there, and he's done well for them and welcomed him back.
Well, that's good.
And so he's still there.
Yeah, good. So I guess I've gotten a lot of good information to kind of understand who you are and who your boys are, and I'm having a hard time understanding why it is that we're even
I know.
talking about y'all like this
I
today.
don't know, but because the only thing I can figure is because we're related
Mm-hmm.
to the family where this situation happened.
Mm-hmm.
And, that, like I told Officer O'Neill, it's like, those people that lived in that trailer right in front of my brother, I mean, seriously, it's like across the parking lot. It's
Right.
very close. I said, the way they watched me, broad daylight, and identified me to state police or whatever, whatever, when they got questioned, they're identifying me.
Right.
And I'm like, seriously? I said, if they have that much detail on me going in broad daylight, dropping off something, I don't even go in the house.
Right.
And I go, if they can give that much detail on me, what else are they seeing?
Right.
What else are they hearing?
Right.
I'm not over there day and night, but, yeah, I've been in the house. I've been there. When my brother's home, I go over and have coffee. We visit.
Right.
Sometimes we do lunch, that kind of thing. My kids have been in that trailer, but, during the time that Billy and Jeremy and I were packing up, no.
So the night that Billy got there, was he with you guys the whole time?
He was with Jeremy as soon as he got there,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was there,
Mm-hmm.
and I was there we were there all night.
And so he never left the trailer?
He never left.
Or you guys didn't live in a
We
trailer, did you, in that
lived
house?
in a farmhouse
In-
3 miles down the road, but we were together,
Mm-hmm.
and the whole time we took Jeremy to school on Monday, and then we went to Branson, all three of us.
Mm-hmm.
We came back. We were together all the time. We got the trucks about 10 o'clock on Tuesday, and we were together. Billy and Jeremy rode together, and I rode by myself. And, like I said, on the way to go get the trucks, we were all in one car. And that's when I made the comment, what is going on over there? Looks like a party. Because there was all these vehicles in front of my brother's trailer.
Right.
And of course I said, well, when I get home, I'm going to call Grandpa and see if he knows what's going on. We went on, got the trucks, came back. Those vehicles were still there. As soon as I got home, I called my dad and I said, I don't know what's going on, but there's a bunch of cars over there.
Right.
Is he having a party or something? That's what I said.
Right.
And Grandpa goes, well, let me get my shoes on and I'll go and, let me call that boy or whatever. And I don't know if he made that call or he just went on out there. That's what he said, I'll get a hold of that boy. And because he knew my brother had just been talking to my parents that night, and they knew that he had left. He had taken Casey's truck, a little white truck, and taken it to Batesville to get back out on the road.
Right.
And his truck was over in the parking lot in Batesville.
So Billy, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this timeline. Bill, you were with your brother. You were on your way back. Billy gets to your house.
My house.
And he's there with Jeremy.
Yeah.
Then you get to the house. The three of you are together. You have dinner. You hang out, and nobody leaves the house. that
Nobody.
night. Then the next day, next morning, Jeremy goes to school.
Yes.
Did you drop him off, or does he ride his bike, or does he
No.
walk to school?
Oh, if you only knew the mountainous part in Arkansas, the roads are like this. There's no way you can ride any bicycle.
Oh, okay.
And he's a good distance from the school. So I would take him every morning.
Okay, so you took him that morning. Where was Billy when you?
We were together.
Billy took Jeremy to school with you.
We all
Okay.
three went.
Okay. And then, where did you guys go after you dropped Jeremy off at school?
We headed over towards Ash Flat, which is where the U-Haul company was.
Okay.
And we took our time because we were told that, you know, they'd probably be ready about 10 o'clock, but we had dropped Jeremy off about 7:30. We took our time and, you know, took side roads, whatever, you know, because I had learned just in those months that I had been there, I had just learned my way around, and Billy was not familiar with, you know, the roads or anything.
Okay. And so then you guys get to the U-Haul and they say, hey, we don't have U-Hauls for you today. You're going to have to find another day to do it, right? Or you're going to have to come back tomorrow.
When, on Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so then after you left the U-Haul place, where did you go?
We went back to the house and I packed some more.
Okay.
And convinced Billy that he needed to take me to Branson. And he said, all right, when we pick up Jeremy. And that's when I talked to the principal.
Mm-hmm.
Billy and I went to pick him up.
So let's backtrack just a minute though. You went back to the house and packed. What was Billy doing while you were packing?
Helping me.
Okay, so he was there the whole time with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you guys went and picked up Jeremy at school?
At 3:30.
At 3:30.
And we were in Billy's truck. And we left because I'm night blind. And we knew we were going to be coming home after dark. And so we took Billy's truck, and he was a driver, and I was a bad navigator.
How are you such a bad navigator?
Well, that was kind of before you had GPS and all that, and I was reading a map.
Oh, no.
And like I said, I turn around very easily, and it's not funny, but
you made it. That's the point.
we made
Yeah.
it, and I enjoyed my time over there. And like I said, I enjoyed it so much, just looking around and all the theaters and all the people you could, you know, like country stars and stuff you could see at these different theaters. And so, like I said, a number of years later, I got a condo there, and I got to go 2 weeks at the end of the year, every year.
Oh, wow.
And Jeremy was still with me when I went to do that. At one point, I had broke my arm, and I'd torn meniscus on my knee. I fell like Garfield on the sidewalk. It was a rainy day. And so I was messed up pretty good. Got a titanium rod in my arm, and
Oh, wow.
and I was still all bruised up, and it was like, I am not missing my 2 weeks at, you know, the condo. And it's like I couldn't drive. I was on medication. So Jeremy and his girlfriend, they're driving my little car, and I'm in the back seat. And I was not a good backseat driver. Mm-hmm. It's like, if I didn't have to have you with me, you wouldn't be, you know? It's like, stop. I have to go to the restroom. I was like a little child. Are we there yet?
Right.
But we had wonderful time.
And so then when you came back from Branson, it was on your way home that you saw all the cars there, and you were saying...
No.
It wasn't. When did you see all the cars there?
I don't I know that I don't remember what day it was. I know that on Monday we were together in my vehicle. We went over to Ash Flat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what day, Monday or Tuesday. I don't know what day it was.
I'm just trying to, because my mind gets a little bit jumbly sometimes with timelines, and so I really want to try to make sure that I'm understanding it. You guys went to Branson at 3:30. When did you come back from Branson? That same day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was late. It was dark.
It was dark when you got back from Branson. Okay.
And I don't know what time, but, you know.
So you wouldn't have been able to look over and see?
No, we don't even come that way.
Oh,
we don't even
okay.
come that way to get home.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking, I may be wrong, I'm thinking it was Tuesday when we went back to get the trucks that we had ordered. On Monday we ordered them, and they told us to come back Tuesday morning. So we went back Tuesday morning. And that, as I said, Monday we told the principal that that was Jeremy's last day and that we would be packing up and gone by Wednesday. And he's like, okay.
So you had to drive past there in order to get to where the U-Haul truck was?
Yeah. So all of us were in one vehicle on the way over. And when we went by, I looked over to the left and I saw these cars.
When you say all these cars, can you describe the cars to me?
Well, I just know that there was a bunch and there were white Suburbans and, they were unmarked.
Okay.
Because first of all, I thought it was a party. I didn't
that's
realize
what I was
it
wondering
was.
if it was like little, like
No.
Geos and pickups and stuff, but they were big Suburbans.
Well, from the ones that stood out were the white ones. And all that was in front of the trailer. And
Okay.
like I said, it's a good distance off the road. So
Okay.
I just, I'm just glancing over there. I believe I was driving. I glanced, what in the world's going on over there? Is there a party? Maybe I need to call Grandpa when I get home.
Okay.
Because that's Grandpa's property.
Right.
My brother only has 5 acres right there in the front.
Right.
The rest is Grandpa's.
And so the first time that you learned that something had happened over there was when you got the call from Grandpa, or was it?
My dad came out to the property with Troy, his neighbor, and they were going to mess with the cows and something about hay or what. And they came up on the porch. I mean, they worked, and then they came up on the porch. And I said, so what was going on over there? And he goes, there's a little girl missing. And I said, oh, and they had some lunch and some tea. I made them some lunch, and they sat there and visited, and Billy took a break from packing the truck, and Jeremy. And, that's when we found out.
Now, isn't Troy one of the neighbors that you said lived next door that came out and saw you out there and was wondering what in the world's going on?
What?
When you dropped off the cleaners?
No.
Okay.
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 Those are another group of people.
Another group of people.
Okay.
Okay.
They own that next property.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's the left or the right, but on the other property, they are right next door. In
So
fact,
Troy's a different neighbor?
Troy is across the highway.
Okay.
Like if from my dad's property, you're looking across the highway, and his property, his trailer and his compound of his kids and all that was just across the street.
Okay. Okay, so I think I have that understood a little bit better, so I appreciate you explaining that to me. And again, I'm still trying to figure out why it is we're having to have the
Have a
conversation.
conversation.
I mean, is there like a criminal past? Has your boys ever been arrested before or something? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what they're...
Okay, with Billy,
Okay.
with the divorce situation, they were getting a divorce, and she was living in the home. He stayed at my house, and he got the visitation with the kids. Well, he's bringing the kids back, and my thing was, Billy, you always need me to go with you, or Jeremy, or someone to go with, and that way there's no shenanigans pulled, because she was just angry. Now, she's the one who wanted out of the marriage, and but I guess maybe he wasn't willing to give her the house and all these other things so she could sell and have more money. But so he brings the kids home one day, and he's just him and the girls. He has their little suitcases and everything, and he goes into the carport. Now, mind you, he pays everything there, and she lives there. And that's for his girls, he doesn't want to uproot them and have to go stay with grandma or somebody. And that's their home. And so anyway, he brushed past her. She goes, just drop the suitcases right there. And he goes, it's dirty in the carport. I'm just going to step in just inside the door and put them down. And that's what he did. Well, when he brushed past her, honestly, I believe she had already called the cops before he got there, because she knew he was coming to drop the kids off. And what she told him is that he had hit her.
Oh.
Well, he went to court 3 times. And the cops came out, and my granddaughters saw these, like, 6 cops manhandling Billy and all this. And he's a little guy. And they're manhandling him. He goes, look, just open the door and I'll jump in. You know, he had done nothing wrong. So, you know, he went to court 3 times, and she never showed up. She moved on to Houston. And, you know, so that was dropped,
Right.
you know. But, you know, and they're friends now. They talk, you know. But a lot of years have gone,
Yeah.
you know, water under the bridge. And they're not angry with each other or what. But he never touched her.
Yeah.
Did she
But-
ever accuse him of doing that before? Back when they were
No.
married, before they separated?
No, never. That was just because, you know, she was mad. And that's what she admits it today. I mean, like I said, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then, just, you know, there's some other things that Billy fought. He was accused of something or whatever.
Tell me more about it.
Well, I think all the cousins and Billy were dating the same girl. This is before he got with his first wife.
Right.
And he already owned his own home and all this stuff. Anyway, this girl accused, I don't know if it was just Billy or all the cousins or what, someone messing with her daughter.
How old was her daughter?
And I don't know, 6 or something. And, you know, Billy, you know, he addressed that. He goes, I don't know what she's talking about, but basically she was mad at him. The child went to a psychologist and everything. There was nothing, you know, there was nothing showing. This mom was just ticked off at Billy because he chose his first wife to end up marrying her and not her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she ended up marrying one of the cousins. And
Not
it's
the
just
cousin from Arkansas, was it?
no,
Oh,
no.
different
These
cousin?
are Texas cousins,
Okay.
and it's like seriously. Plus, I had already had dealings with her when they were in high school. This girl comes over, and Billy worked at a hamburger place, and he worked the night shift, and he's sleeping, you know, the day, and I'm out mowing the yard and all this, and she comes up and she's beating on my door and screaming and all this, and it's like I stopped the mower. I said, "Excuse me? I don't know this girl." And somebody had brought her up there in a car, and they're in my driveway. And I said, "Excuse me, how can I help you?" And she says, "You need to go and wake him up." And she's just being all rude and everything. I said, "Excuse me, honey, but you need to get your butt off my property because I'll call the law." And, you know, I'm not going to wake him up. He's worked all night, and he's got to go to work again. And she's just carrying on with me, and it's like, get off my property before I put you off. And I'm not really that, I'm not a bully or anything, but it's like, this girl is making me mad.
Right.
You know, she doesn't have any right to come and just demand. Well, I already had my thoughts about her, and she was just a troubled girl. And, you know, all that, you know, Billy, like I said, he addressed it. The cousins addressed it. Nothing went on.
So he's not a violent person. I mean,
No.
did he get in fights? I mean, I heard what stories I've heard is that oil rig people like to fight and cause all kinds of problems. Not so much.
He's more the lover type.
Yeah.
He's not. Neither one of them are. I think they're gentle. I mean, you know, they handle me and others very kindly, and you know, they can talk just like me. I can talk tough, you know, get off my property before I put you off, you know, that kind of thing. But
Right.
doesn't mean that I did it, you know, I'm just talking tough so that they'll leave.
Right.
And, but no, the boys, anything that has been, I think Billy got to spend that thing where his ex said she got hit. It wasn't so serious, it didn't happen. So she didn't see the need to go to court. And the judges kept, okay, we're going to give her another chance, 3 times. And finally he goes, well, apparently she's not too interested in this, and it was dropped.
Right.
And, it's the same thing. Billy addressed any accusations, it's dropped. It didn't happen. But, I think he spent the night in jail for supposedly, Amanda calling the law on him, supposedly for hitting her. He brushed past her to drop the suitcases just inside the door. And he turned around, and when he came out, the cops were already in the carport, putting him in the car. He's like, just open the door, I'll jump in.
Right.
You don't need to manhandle me,
Right. Okay.
But, they're not violent, and they,
So what do you think happened to, it's Rebekah, right? Rebekah's the victim. What do you think happened to Rebekah?
My thought on just my feeling from those neighbors, the feel of creepiness that I got, being that close of a neighbor, I would think that anything that went on over there, that they would hear something. I know if somebody was hurting me, I'd be screaming crazy,
Right.
And these neighbors, why didn't, they're very observant of me. Why are they not seeing if somebody went up there, if, I don't know. I felt like it was the neighbors have knowledge, because I know how they watched me when I went up there.
Right.
And my dad owned all that property. Why don't I have the right to drive up to my brother's house or down to the my dad's little cabin? But I felt creepy every time I went up there, and I'm thinking, what's with these people? And they moved. They owned that property. They owned my dad's property previously, and I guess they had financial difficulty. Now, this is what I heard from my dad. And they had financial difficulty, and my dad was still working in Houston as a crane operator, and he was buying that property, and little by little, parcels came up, and he bought them. Before you know it, he had about 225 acres.
Wow.
And, he had his cows. He'd never been a farmer or anything, and he started with I think he started with 7. You buy the babies. This is interesting. You buy the babies before they're born.
Oh.
I never heard of that, but he ended up with 7 bulls. And I'm like, what kind of farm you running, Dad? And he goes, well, I'm going to have to keep one and sell the others off and get some girls. And but he built it up to 19, 20 cows.
Yeah.
And it gave him something to do in his retirement. But like I said, these people had been known, and this is hearsay from my dad. He said that it's kind of like those people were angry that my dad had bought the property. The sons, anyway, because at one point there was the son that lived in front of Claude, and then there was another brother that lived up on the hillside, kind of even with Claude's trailer, and he lived in a trailer. And then the mom and dad were in a house a little further down the hill, up the hill, whatever. So I've always thought that those neighbors, as much as they watched me, and I didn't do anything, they had to have observed something, or people, or hear something.
So, do you think that they did it? That the neighbors did it?
I don't know. To me, I felt like, if they'll go kill my dad's cow and a pig and then invite him for barbecue, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the thing is one of the other things my dad had told me is that, she had these dogs, and that I guess the dogs came up missing or something prior to her disappearing. And my understanding, hearsay from my dad, is that they were gone like about a week, and she went over to the neighbors and knocked on their back door and asked them if they had seen her dogs. Mm-hmm. Well, apparently the dogs bark a lot. Mm-hmm. And I don't even know what kind of dogs they were. But anyway, a few days before she was missing, one of the dogs was found at I guess you call it the tongue of the trailer. Mm-hmm. One of the dogs was found shot, dead, right there. And so, that's always been my suspicion that, and now I haven't been back there in 16 years or 17, a long time.
Yeah.
But from what I had heard is that the neighbor that was in front of Claude, that they just packed up. It was like a double wide trailer, real nice setup, mm-hmm. beautiful yard, and they just packed up and moved.
Hmm. Have you followed the investigation at all?
No.
No. Because I understand that they have looked at, besides questioning you guys, they also questioned Casey, who is the boyfriend, right?
Right.
And Casey is your nephew?
Yes, it's
okay.
Claude's son,
okay.
one of them.
And so, what do you know about, how do you feel about Casey's involvement in it? What do you think about those accusations?
Well, I only know, I don't know the kids as much as, we were always in Texas, and when they were babies, they were in Houston, and then as they got older, they were in Arkansas. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know them as well as, a nephew or a niece that grew up right in the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. But just his personality, I don't feel like he seems the type that would do anything like that.
Right. Did you talk with Claude at all after all this happened?
I did, I don't know how long later on. I did ask him how everything was going, and he said, well, at some point the house was released back to him and he had to go in and clean. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what? And
did you say, good thing I left you those cleaning supplies?
No.
Okay, just checking.
I just know how kids are. They're not gonna worry about any of those things until they run out.
Right.
And
Right.
So
I guess just from my standpoint, I'm a naturally curious person. That's, I guess, why I ended up in the job that I do. But I would be curious, hey, this girl was murdered, most likely murdered in my brother's house. Oh my gosh, what on earth is happening?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't immediately calling up and going, what's going on? But at some point over the years, I asked him, well, have they ever solved that? Mm-hmm. And he said no. And that's about the extent, because what I'm telling you now is all I know. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know anything.
What do you think the consequence should be for someone who does this? This girl was murdered and dumped right on the side of the road, is what I understand. What do you think should happen?
Well, just like any other, illegal action, they should pay for their crime. Do
you think that there's anything that would make it more understandable as to why this happened or anything like that? I mean, is there anything that you think would kind of justify this kind of behavior?
No.
No. Okay. I know that I am getting very thirsty. Do we have any like water around here or
You
anything?
know what? I can go grab a couple bottles of water. Would you
None
like
for
one?
me, thank
Any
you, no.
coffee?
No, then I just have to go to the bathroom.
I understand that.
I'll be right back.
It's a very interesting case. Like just the whole
It
scope
yeah.
behind it is very interesting. So I would be really curious to see how, down the road, what happens with this. I want to know now. Hearing all this information from you about stuff there, Arkansas. sounds real
And
interesting.
my nephew's Claude's one of his oldest, and that's a stepson, but he's raised him, and he's a registered nurse, I believe, and or at least a nurse. I'm thinking it's registered, but then the next one, he is works for the Arkansas. He works at one of the prisons or whatever, and is an officer or what. And he's been doing it for a long time. And then there's Casey, and I don't know what he does. I don't know honestly what he does. But then Corey also worked for the prison system in Arkansas, and he went to school further, and he became a probation officer.
Okay.
And they're all good boys.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah. So I know that when we were kind of going over earlier the day that Billy got there and then the timeline from that, and I asked if Billy had been there the whole time, and you pretty much have established that he's been with you. He was with you the entire time, either Jeremy or you. Was there ever a time when Jeremy left the house and he was by himself?
no, because he's not going to walk. He was a lazy boy. Couldn't ride the bike.
Right.
And because it's like this, and it would
Yeah.
have been too difficult. And he didn't have a license. He it was walk, which he didn't do,
Mm-hmm.
and he just laid around.
And he never like snuck out with a car or anything like that?
No,
No.
because that would have meant real trouble with Mom. Believe me, it's like, no.
Right.
Even when he was older and my car was in the garage, and he was old enough and had a license, it's like, don't be driving my car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of town. I'm in West Texas working or what.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I come home, the mileage is up, and it's like, you do know that I'm writing down this mileage? No. Well, I only drove it a couple times. And I'm like, yeah. But I really didn't take the mileage, but I told him, and then he's confessing, I drove it a couple times, Mom.
Right.
But he was old enough to be driving at that point. He was in his 20s.
Okay. So I'm gonna run and use the restroom. Are you sure you don't want that water?
I'm
'Cause-
good.
Okay.
Like I said, if I start drinking coffee or water, I'm going to be
Well, that has been my downfall. because I
constantly.
have been drinking water. I will be back in just a minute.
So how was Casey's relationship with Billy and Jeremy?
that's just it. During over the years, they came to Texas. They lived in Houston at the time. They were little ones, like little. And, we saw them then on occasion, or we'd go to my dad's on Christmas, because he was still in Houston before he retired. And so we just saw them in those times, and on occasion they might have come to my house in Rockport, but that was rare. And, we just saw and knew they knew each other that way. Yeah, we're cousins, but, you really don't know, like I said, the cousin that lives in the neighborhood, and you're palling around and you know everybody, you know, everything about each other. And that's just not the case. You know, they were cordial to each other, and but Billy was older than them, and so he didn't hang around. And Jeremy and I went one year and stayed up, I think between my dad and Claude's house. What we did is I know we stayed at Claude's house, and in fact the bedroom that this situation had happened, there's only 3 bedrooms in that trailer, and that was the one I slept in, and it just kind of creeps me out. And you know, over the years when his wife divorced him, I you know, she took everything but a kitchen table that the chairs were broke. And she just helped herself, you know. And so it's like I had a lot of furniture in my garage. It's like, hey, you and Mom come down here and get it. So they came down and to Rockport and got, you know, beds and a couch and various things that I had in excess. And maybe I got something new and I put that other in the garage. And it's like I'm looking for anybody to take it. And so, you know, it helped him out, and I got rid of it, cleaned the garage. But, you know, until they were able to get something else, you know, this stuff is there. But Jeremy and I, we stuck around in that area, and we went to the lake, and we did all kinds of things. But the kids were all, I think a couple of them were like junior high or something at that. No, wait a minute. Jeremy would have been around 11. So they were teens. And then all of them were older than Jeremy. So I know they were in their teens. Mm-hmm. But I couldn't tell you how old.
Yeah.
And what's sad is sometimes I can't even remember their kids' names. You know, like the nephews have kids, and I don't even, I can't even remember their names.
Too many.
Well, you would think if I was closer, I would at least know their names.
Yeah.
And what's really bad is Claude and I have another brother, and he lives in Houston. And I named Jeremy him Jeremy Lee after me. And my sister-in-law was not happy because her son is a number of years older, and she named him, I mean, she had the name first, but that's how much time we've spent. I forgot his name. I named mine Jeremy Lee. Hers is Jeremy Todd. And we went to his graduation party, and my Jeremy walked up, and he goes, "Hi." He goes, my name's Jeremy. And he goes, "Well, this is my part," the other one, "This is my party, and I'm Jeremy." And that's how they met as cousins. And, but, you know, my sister-in-law, you know, she was not happy, but it's like, you know, Billy and Jeremy think I should go talk to the doctor about maybe my mind going. I was like, I'm fine.
That's funny. How many times did you spend the night in that house?
I don't know, over the years, a number of times, you know. But I mean, it was like not during that, you know, this time when I lived up there. No, I might have gone over for coffee, and I might have, you know, hung out watching movies or something, but I didn't have a need to spend the night. I had my own house 3 miles down the road.
So I guess I misunderstood you. I thought you said you had spent the night there.
I did, but
okay.
Not during that time. When we would go visit in these earlier years, you know, we would go and spend 10 days at Grandma and Grandpa's, and then Grandpa and Grandma go to bed with the chickens. So we might go over to Claude's house and hang out and spend the night and watch late movies and, you know, that kind of thing. But it wasn't a all the time thing. Mm-hmm. But, you know.
So over the years, what have you been told happened?
Really nothing, because I unless I've asked, outright about, and that these days I don't even talk to my brother. I probably haven't talked to him since my dad died, and I don't know when. I know it was like last year or something, or it could have been this year, but I don't exactly remember. Other than the reason why I don't talk is because nobody called me.
Can I talk to you out here for just a second? Just. I feel so much better. I was floating. Oh. All right. It's a long day.
Yep.
So are you guys looking for a church or anything down here?
Well, we haven't really got settled yet.
Yeah.
We're working on it. I still have boxes. Getting ready to come here. I had to look for long pants. And I think I know where 3 pairs of underwear are. I have 2 pairs of socks. I found 2 pairs of long pants. And I found all my jackets.
Yeah.
I have 1 pair of shoes, and I'm a shoe-aholic. And I
Yeah.
have giant moving box full of shoes alone.
Mhm.
Can't find the box. I labeled everything, but you know, we're still settling, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah, 'cause this is your first week here,
Yes, yeah. You know, we're a little unsettled over there
Yeah.
right now. I still have boxes to unpack. Some are on the patio,
Oh.
and
How big is the house?
it's a 3-bedroom, but the boys are going to be fixing, there's a tack room and a garage, and the tack room, if it was refurbished, right now it's holding on the boxes, but the plan is to refurbish it and you know, make it into like a bedroom for me and my own little space, and that'll be great.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited. And they've got the supplies and everything to start, but like I said, we have to put some things away.
Yeah.
And
Moving is not fun.
no, but this is our forever home, and so we won't have to do it again, and
Yeah.
that's a wonderful thing to think about.
Yeah. I've got to say, so I've got 2 kids. I love them dearly, but I could not imagine living my entire life, or I guess their entire life with them. So
Well,
hats
that's
off
where
to you.
the tack room comes in, where they're going to refurbish it, and it's actually a good size building, and so they're just going to revamp it and make it into my bedroom, and you know, whatever.
Yeah. But Jeremy's never like expressed any interest in living on his own, getting his own place.
He did when he was married,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, they had their own place and what, but like I said, they're really attached to me because I think their fear of losing me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've experienced losing, especially Jeremy at 11,
Mm-hmm.
experienced losing his dad, and he was very close to him. At 3 years old, I love my daddy the best.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, but what about me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one who does all the work for you. Well, I love you too, Mommy, but I love Daddy the best.
Right.
And, you know, so, you know, he got out on his own, and he had some, I guess you'd say, life experiences.
Like what?
Well, like when you lose your job and times are hard, and The child's never gone hungry. When he was living at home, he never went hungry. Didn't have to be worried about throwing in the street because you can't pay your rent. Those life experiences. And, but I have to tell you, the moment he got to Oregon, within a week, he had a job. Those were good, I'm sorry. They were experiences, life experiences that made him grow. As soon as he got here, he goes, I got to get a job. And he went right out and had a job within a couple days.
Wow.
And he's been solid with that company, and other than the number of months that he went to work for the state, but like I said, he's got a good relationship with his bosses now, or has. That's the only company he's worked for other than the state. But he's, like I said, I think they worry about me too much. I'm traveling to go to work or whatever. They're like calling me all the time. Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, you're giving me a headache, calling me all the time. I'm driving.
What do you do for work?
Well, right now, I've never done it before, but when I moved here, my sister is a caregiver for a lady with Alzheimer's, and she needed help. And so I go, I've never done it before, but I'll give it my best. And so I began working with her, and it's in Ocean Park, Washington, which is, where Astoria is.
Astoria, okay.
You go across the bridge, and that's the peninsula that has all these little towns. Well, the end of the peninsula is Ocean Park. And I am there like a week to 10 days at a time, and then I come home for a week or 10 days. And it's a long drive now that I told her, I don't know if I can do that drive very many times. And I said I may, by the first of the year, be looking for something local. But she goes, just give me 2 weeks notice. Actually, we don't get to hang out, much, because we both work opposite. It's just the two of us.
Yeah.
But that little lady, even though she's got the Alzheimer's, she's such a card. She will say, she'll tell me, oh, I love you so much, Linda. You're so good to me. Have I died and gone to heaven? All these little things, because I treat her well. I make her little treats and stuff she loves. Yeah. And what ends up happening is, so when my sister comes, I said, Louise loves me. And she goes, oh, no, I never said that. She's looking at my sister, and she goes, it's okay, Louise. You can love us both. But she'll deny she ever said anything nice to me.
Right.
And so that she can butter up my sister.
Right. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, she's a good, the little lady, it's sad to see her diminish her mental capacity. And I had already experienced that with my stepmom. And it's just so sad that my stepmom got to the point she didn't know her children. She only, I guess maybe because my dad and her had been married so many years, like 60 years or something, she remembered him, I guess, up till the end. But
yeah, that's what I've heard about, like, people with Alzheimer's. It's interesting what stuff sticks with them and what stuff doesn't.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff from the past tends to stay with them, whereas like the newer stuff doesn't. Yeah. Have you heard that before?
Yeah. That's kind of like my dad had begun to get the dementia after Grandma had been diagnosed and everything, and he took care of her. She forgot how to drive, she forgot how to cook, and things such as that. And he literally took care of her. Well, one of the last times Jeremy and I were up there, he kind of demanded our presence, my dad. And anyway, we went up there, and I think Jeremy had just turned 18 or something, and we were going to stay the week. And pretty much we did, but near the end, Jeremy had told me, the TV, we used to have a TV in the spare room at Mom and Dad's. Well, Grandpa gave it to Claude. And so there's no TV in the spare room. He goes, I'm going to sleep in the living room. Well, Grandma, being as she has Alzheimer's, she paces. Grandpa had already put her to bed. She gets up and she's pacing all over. Well, she'd walk by the couch, right between the coffee table and the couch, and he's watching TV. And she would look down at, who are you again? And he would tell her like 10 times. Finally, he comes and knocks on the door. Mom, I think I'm going to sleep in the spare room. You can have the couch. And I'm like, no problem. So I go out there, and I think she was thinking we were kids, and she goes, when are those kids going to go home? And I'm thinking she's talking about myself and Jeremy, and I said, oh, they're going home tomorrow. And anyway, at some point, I say, well, I think I'm feeling uncomfortable, so I think I'm going to tell Jeremy, move over. And so I knock on the door, and I go in, and as I'm trying to close the door, she grabs my wrist. She had such a grip, and she's a sweet little lady and very petite. She grabbed my wrist, and she's like, you're not going anywhere. I'm like, okay, you're going to help me regarding those kids. And I'm like, okay. And so I go, I'll help you. And I go across the hall to my dad, and he's sleeping soundly. Dad, you need to wake up. We need some help here. And I didn't know how. I thought I could handle the situation, but anyway, he goes, you girls go in the living room, and I'll be there in a minute. And I go out there and sit across the room. I'm on a love seat. My dad's got his recliner across the room, and then there's a couch next to it. She's still pacing. He comes out and sits, and she looks at me, and she goes, how long have you known my husband? And I go, all my life. and yeah, all my life. And then she looks at him, and he goes, 100 years. You know, how long have you known this woman? And he goes, 100 years. She goes, okay. And she sits down next to him, and they're talking like the dementia is like they can remember yesterday, like every detail, and they are talking and about 50 years ago, and like it was yesterday. And I said, well, excuse me, but I'm going to go to bed now. And I left them in the living room, and I went and locked the door. Jeremy, get your suitcases ready. We're leaving at 5:30 in the morning. And he goes, are we going to wake up Grandpa and tell him bye? I said, no, we'll call him later. I had already been, his sleep had been disturbed, and he goes to sleep with the chickens and gets up with the chickens. So if I called him at 5:30 or 6, he wouldn't be bothered.
Yeah. So when you went down there, you went back to Arkansas. That was back to Arkansas, or where was your dad living when you went back? That story you just told.
Oh, that he was living in the same house in town.
In the same house.
That's all before I ever moved up there. In Arkansas. That's all happened before I moved to Arkansas.
Oh, I thought you said Jeremy was 18.
He was.
But wasn't he 15 when...
Okay, you're right. I moved up there and then I went back. Okay, sorry. Like I said,
that's okay. I'm just trying to keep timelines straight. I was just wondering if...
Yeah, he was 18. Yeah.
Yeah. If I was wondering if...
But he was 15 when we were living there that few months.
Right. So I was wondering if that... when you went back on that visit, if anybody had brought up anything about what had happened when you guys were living there.
No.
No?
No.
They didn't? Okay.
Like I said, Ed, I was telling you that I don't really talk at this point with Claude, because when my dad died, and I don't remember exactly when, but it's like last year or so, they posted it like on Facebook and stuff about my dad's funeral and where it was going to be and all that, and nobody had called me to tell me he had passed. So I was a little upset.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so, you know, I posted some stuff on my own, and it's like, gee, thank you so much for notifying me. You know, it was sarcastic, but, and so I just don't make that call, because it's like, wow, you know, no respect for me. I was just hurt.
Yeah, I imagine. That would be hurtful. I agree.
So I was thinking back how you were describing the house, and I've never been there, and she's never been there. Can you kind of describe the house? I mean, I know what we're being told, but you've actually been in there, and you can actually paint a picture for me.
Well, if you start at the tongue of the trailer, there's windows right here,
Okay,
okay? And then this is the kitchen,
okay.
and then there's that bar. There's a
Okay.
bar, like it's
And
the
that's the
kitchen
bar you
counter.
saw through the
Yeah,
door, right?
yeah,
Okay.
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 And it doesn't, it's only so far out because that's
Sure.
the walkway that you're gonna, and then right on the other side of the bar is the living room.
Okay.
And I can't tell you how the furniture was or anything because I don't remember. But that was the living room. And then the next room was a small bedroom.
Now, as you're at the living room, and I'm assuming there's like a walkway or
There's a hallway on the
Okay.
back side of the trailer.
on the back side of the trailer coming out. So if I'm standing at the front door,
Right. If you go right, there's the kitchen.
okay.
If you go straight in,
Okay.
you're gonna run into the bar and you're gonna deviate a little bit to the left, that's the living room.
Okay.
And if you go all the way to the wall,
Okay.
okay, there's a hallway there that goes down to all the other bedrooms.
Could you
What?
draw
Yeah,
that?
can you draw that? I am like,
I know.
I'm not a good drawer either.
that's okay. We're not either.
We won't judge. I'm not either. I can't hardly draw a stick figure.
I'll even put the tongue of the trailer on it.
Oh, perfect. Then we can have a reference point. There we go.
A bad tongue.
We know what it is.
We'll put that, that's the knobby.
Okay.
Okay, so this is gonna be the built-on porch.
And that's on what you would consider the front door?
I'm gonna consider it the front door, and then somewhere in the back, there's a back door. Okay, this is rough. This is the kitchen,
Okay.
and these are like a whole thing. It's kind of like those, I don't know what you call it, where they're the bay windows.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then there's this bar, and basically it's the cabinetry that's coming around. I think the refrigerator's here. Okay. I guess the door needs to be further over here. Told you I'm not good. And we'll put that at the door. Okay. I gotta go smaller here. Living room. Okay. Okay, that's, oh, and the kitchen sink's over here. I think the stove is here. And a crappy table right here. I don't know if that helps you.
So just so I'm clear, this is the front door.
Yeah,
You walk in and then this is the bar.
Yeah.
And the living room.
uh-huh.
And then the hallway and then there's 2 bedrooms on the left.
Yeah, it's all on the left.
And then do you just continue on and then
All
that's the
way,
big bedroom?
The big bedroom, the hallway stops where I said door.
Okay.
And that door is right there. But those other are like sliding, I don't know, I think they're sliding doors,
Okay.
if I can remember correctly. It's been a long time. But I think they're sliding doors on those.
Okay. And then what bedroom did you used to stay in?
When I was there, I stayed in that bedroom, and it was across from that door.
Okay. And then this
And my
door?
brother was right here.
Okay.
And then what was that other bedroom?
That other bedroom was for the boys. It had bunk beds and all that.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
That's a lot of house for 2 people. I bet you had to give them a bunch of furniture.
Well, I just was cleaning out my garage, you know.
What kind of
And
stuff did you have to give them?
I gave him, well, like I said, she took everything but that crappy table. The chairs were all broken. And I gave him, I think it was a king-size bed, the mattresses and all that, and dressers. And then I believe I gave him a full size, which would have been in that room. I didn't have bunk beds, so I didn't give him that. And I gave him a couch that made into a bed, fold-out couch. And him and my stepmom came down from Arkansas and in her car, and they rented a U-Haul, and they loaded it up, and then they put her car on a trailer, and they took it back. And he furnished his house with whatever I gave him, and because she had taken everything but the crappy table.
So you gave him the king-size bed that went in the master bedroom?
Yeah,
And then a full-size bed in the second to the last bedroom?
Yeah.
Right? And then a couch?
and a
And a couch?
couch that made out, and I may have given him lamps and side
Okay.
tables or whatever. At some point I got new furniture, and it's like, I'm tired of the old stuff, you know.
Time to clean house.
Well, it helped my garage a lot, you know. And
So I missed out on this. Was this, you gave this stuff to your brother,
yeah,
and then he put it in there, and that was before you moved down to Arkansas?
yeah, that's long before.
Okay, gotcha. And so when was the last time that you were in that house?
During the time that I lived there in Arkansas, I never spent the night there again, you know, or anything, but when I first got there, Casey lived in town across from Grandpa and Grandma with a bunch of boys across from them, but Claude's house had been broken into a number of times, and they took the TV, they took all kinds of stuff, and it was never found out who did it or anything, and you know, that made me nervous. And so I guess that's why he told Casey, well, you can stay there, you know, that way someone will be living there when I'm out on the road. At least that's my understanding. But, you know, when I lived there, I would go over for coffee when my brother was home, and we'd sit and visit and stuff, but sometimes he'd come out to where we were at 3 miles down the road and visit and have coffee and just see how we'd fixed up the place, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Did you guys ever like exchange keys? Did he ever give you his key
Never.
to his place?
No. I never gave mine out either. I don't care if it's my sister or whoever. I'm sorry. My privacy is my privacy. I don't want anybody coming in. I love them and what, but my business is my business.
Yeah. Do you know anybody else that had a key to his house?
I have no idea.
Okay.
You know, over the years, Claude did have like a roommate or something, and I don't know who those people were. You know, but
Okay.
but that's, the kids weren't living there, I don't think. You know, later on as they got older and I guess out of school, whatever, they came back and lived with him instead of Mom. Mom remarried, and I don't know if they liked that situation.
Okay.
At some point, the 2 younger boys lived with Grandpa and Grandma because Mom moved to Searcy, Arkansas with her new husband.
Right. So you said that the last time you had been in that house, well, you had been in the house to have coffee and stuff with Claude, but do you remember how long before you moved, when the last time you had been in the house? Was it like the week before?
No, I mean, I was only up there about 4 months, and it was probably in the earlier part when I first got there because, you know, those months, because, you know, I hadn't met anybody. I was, you know, it was my parents and him, and that's all I knew. And as time went on, I did meet some people and what, but it was kind of hard. We did have a good name though, because it was Miller, and everything in that town was Miller. Miller car lot, Miller grocery store.
Wow.
And so they just thought we were some relatives or something. And we never told them that. They just assumed. And so we got treated very kindly. And it's like, I'm not one of those Millers, but thank you.
Now you said early on that the cousins would sometimes fight over a girl, and I would imagine with as many boys in your family, I would imagine that would probably happen kind of frequently. Is that, can you think of any that?
No, I don't really think they were. I think that one girl that, brought up a situation on all of the cousins, which was unfounded because they addressed it and the child went to a psychologist, whatever. Nothing happened, but she was determined she was going to get one of those boys, and she did. She married one of the cousins. And it's like, please, I just told my kids, stay away from her. Stay away from your cousin. I'm sorry, but that girl is trouble. And, they ended up with a family and having future kids and all this, but, we just kind of went our separate ways.
Right. Sure. What did you think about Rebekah?
I never knew her.
Oh, you never knew her?
I never met her, never.
Okay, so you didn't know if she was trouble?
No, I don't know, but I definitely would have said something, if I did. I mean, I tell my kids, if I've met someone or whatever, it's like, you need to stay away from those people. Yeah. They look like trouble. They sound like trouble.
Yeah. When was the last time Jeremy was in the house before you guys moved?
To the best of my knowledge, he, a couple of times, I took him up in that area to visit a friend. And anyway, it's not that far from the farm. And they walked up and they visited with Casey and Rebekah. It was during the day hours. And they visited Jeremy and his friend. I don't even remember the kid's name. But anyway, then they left, and of course, they went back to the friend's house, and I picked Jeremy up there. But there was no walking any great distance because it was too mountainous. And there was no riding a bike either because it was too mountainous.
What did Jeremy say about Rebekah after meeting her?
He really didn't say anything other than he had met her and that Casey and her were smoking pot. And I said, you need to stay away from that. And I was like, yeah, okay, Mom, but, he told me that he had gone over there, and I'm just like, no.
Did he smoke pot with them?
To the best of my knowledge, no. But, I wasn't there. The answer was no to me, and my kids have been real good. They haven't gotten involved in all that, so.
Your kids are pretty honest with you?
Yeah,
Even when they've done something wrong?
Yeah, because I tell them, I can tell. I've known you all your life. I can tell.
Right.
If you're lying to me. And they're honest. At least, I believe they're honest with me.
Right.
It's like I just can't stand a liar. And it's like, no matter what, whether I like it or I don't like it, like right now, they're adults. And I don't have to like your choices or what, but, give me the courtesy of telling me the truth, and I don't have to like it.
Right.
I'm your mother, you respect me, I respect you, but, they're honest.
Do you think there's ever something that would be something they would lie to you about?
No.
No? So if your sons were involved in this, they would be honest with you and say, hey, Mom, I made a mistake. I was high and something bad happened. You think that they would tell you?
Yeah.
And then what do you think what would happen after that?
Then I would have to get a hold of law enforcement.
So it's not something that you would be covering up for them?
No,
No.
no. Because I believe in law enforcement, and there's something that I, early on, it's like for every action, there's a consequence. So if you're misbehaving or whatever, and I've told you something, and you don't follow my rule, then there's a consequence.
Right.
That's
Right.
why I went to school for 8 weeks.
Right.
It's like I'm proving a point. It's tough love, but it's like I'm proving a point. I'm going to follow through on everything I tell you.
Right. And so, like, the reason I'm asking you this is because we've had, granted, I'm reading through old police reports. This is not my investigation, so I'm reading
Right.
stuff. But there is a little bit of an inconsistency in what you're telling me and what has been told in the past. And so I'm trying to figure out why there is this little bit of an inconsistency. That inconsistency being that Billy was not with you the entire time that he was in Arkansas.
Well, he was.
Because his statement is that he went over and saw Casey.
Well, at one point we asked Casey if he would help us.
And how did that come about? Tell me about that.
It might have been, I don't know. It might have been, when we first moved there. At some point, we did go over, and it was dark, and we honked the horn, whatever. Casey came out, and it's like, hey, can you help us unpack the trucks or do whatever? And he said no, he had company. Now, who was his company? I don't know.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you guys were moving away, not moving in. When you guys were moving away, Billy's statement in the past has been that he went over and saw Casey, talked to Casey at the house.
Well, I don't know anything about that
So
because
but your
Casey was
statement is that
working.
he was with you the whole time.
Casey was working the day. I mean, this is knowledge I'm getting from my brother regarding that vehicle. He borrowed Casey's vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Casey was working till that evening at the Sonic, the local Sonic there in town. He then brought his vehicle up to his dad. I don't know how Casey got home. I don't know if Claude took him home. I don't know how he got home. But I know that Claude took the truck and went to Batesville. Okay? My understanding is that Casey, and this is hearsay, that Casey was taken to work the next day by Rebekah, and that she dropped him off in town and went back to the trailer. I don't know. That's hearsay.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay, well that's
So, but what I'm saying is that the statement that you gave earlier, saying that Billy was with you from the time he got into Arkansas, that he went to your house and he was there with Jeremy. When you got home, he was with you from that point on until you guys moved away. That was your statement earlier.
Yeah.
That does not match his statement.
Well, that's my statement.
Okay. So what I'm asking you at this point is, who is not telling me the true statement? Is the statement in the past not true, or is the statement from today not true?
I'm telling you what I remember.
Okay.
And that's all I can do is tell you what I remember.
Okay, so is there a chance that you're remembering something that's not true?
This is my statement. I have no I mean, to the best of my recollection, like I said, he was with me at all times. He was in a hurry for us to finish so he could get home and go back to work. And Jeremy, as soon as we got back, we got Jeremy. We probably didn't send him to school till Monday. We had to unload all this stuff. And like I said, he had friends that he had called to help us expedite it there in Rockport so that we could settle in.
Mm-hmm.
But to the best of my memory, he was with me or Jeremy at all times.
Okay. And so when did Claude get back from driving truck?
Well, apparently, I don't know exactly, but my understanding, and this is hearsay from my dad, is that he was notified on the road to come home. And he came home and he spoke, just as my dad did, with the officers, and they all spoke to officers.
And so, if we've got not only Billy saying that he had talked with Casey at Claude's house, we also have Casey saying that Billy talked with Casey at Claude's house. So are you saying that they're both not telling true statements?
Honestly, I'm just telling you what I remember. And this is the way I remember it.
Right. And what I'm asking, is there any chance that you're not remembering it correctly?
I have no idea. I mean, how long ago was this? I can't remember what I eat for breakfast sometimes, the day before.
But this is the thing. Talking with you, you have an excellent memory. You do.
Well, my kids seem to worry about my I tell them, don't worry about my senility or whatever they think I have. I said, as long as I can find my way home. And that was when we first moved down. I had to go to Salem to the doctor or something. And anyway, I ended up going off towards Springfield. And Billy's like, how did you do that? And I said, I just took the road. I didn't have a GPS. And he goes, how could you have got off I-5? I don't know. I just did. But I said, well, there goes my story of, don't worry about me. I don't have, dementia or something. And I go, you really need to get that checked out.
Right. Well, but when we were discussing, remember when we were discussing you taking the cleaning supplies over to your brother's house?
Yeah.
Okay. You described what those supplies were, where you set them, what you saw when you looked through the hole in the door.
Right.
Very good detail.
Well, good.
Yes. So that's from the same time.
Yeah.
So when you're saying that you can remember all of that stuff,
Yeah.
but you can't remember if he left you or not, or you can't remember if what you remember is right, that's a discrepancy that I have to call attention to, right? Don't you think it would be like me not doing my job right if I didn't ask you about that? And what we're all here for
is the truth.
Is the truth.
Exactly.
And to find out what happened to Rebekah, because you being a mom, and you haven't been through it yourself, but you know what it must feel like, or an ounce of what it must feel like for Rebekah's parents to have their baby murdered.
Yeah.
And dumped off on the side of the road.
Exactly.
Right. How they can live with that for as long as they have, because it's been 16 years?
I don't know.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
It's a long time to have those questions out there. And if there's even the slightest possibility that you have an answer that might bring a little bit of relief to their heart for their baby.
Well, that's why we're here, is to tell you what we know. I can't tell you something I don't know.
Is there any bit of you that questions your son's involvement in this case?
I have no question that he's innocent. Both of them. you know,
Then I would like to ask something of you. If you have no question of your son's innocence in this, would you mind providing us with a DNA sample? It's just a quick little swab of your mouth. We get that and we have it and we can compare it to any DNA, and I'm not sure what DNA was found, if any DNA was found relating to this case. Is that something you would be willing to do to help out?
I mean, we've all been in the trailer, so.
Right, I understand that. But her body was recovered.
Right.
So is that something that you would be willing to
I have
do?
no problem.
That would be amazing. Thank you. Let me go get some stuff. Alright.
Do you need some water?
No.
Anything? Okay. You act like you're torn.
I believe in my kids. As simple as that. So. I have a question. Has anyone else in my family been requested to take a DNA?
I can't answer that. I don't know. That would be a question for Officer McNeil, Special Agent McNeil.
I'm talking about my McCullough relatives.
Again, I can't
Yeah,
answer that.
okay.
He would know that part.
Okay.
We're all from here.
Right, right.
But if that's something that you feel needs to be done, I would definitely recommend that you bring that up to him.
I mean, seriously, we.
And it may have already been done. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, we're kind of coming into this from the sideways, so. Can't tell if that noise is the rain.
Well, it was raining before, as
Was
we were
it?
walking in.
I think it was supposed to, but it almost sounds like it's really dumping out there.
So Linda, what I've got here is just a consent form. And I can find a cover case over here. So this is a consent form for the Oregon State Police. We're going to be asking for consent for it's called a buccal swab. It's just the inside of your mouth. We're going to do 2 of those, and And it says, I do freely and voluntarily consent to provide a sample of my, and it says blood, urine, buccal swab, and or fingerprints. We are just doing the buccal swab, and that's why we have the X there. To be surrendered to a law enforcement officer for purpose of an ongoing investigation. No threats, inducements, or promises have been made to make me consent against my will. I understand the sample or samples will be seized by a law enforcement officer and will be analyzed for the purpose of an ongoing investigation. If you're willing to do this, then I'll just have you sign your name and write your name, and then I'll do all the date and everything on that. So, yeah.
Today's the 7th.
Today is November 7th. And it's,
3:14.
yeah. We've been talking for a while. Do you have dry mouth or anything like
No.
that? Okay. So I'm going to say sometimes your mouth can get a little bit dry, and just having a little bit of water might help this be a little bit easier for you. Let's see. I'm going to put your name right here. So this is sterile. Nobody has ever had any
Okay.
access to it before. I'm going to pop this down. And actually, I'll just let you do it. You take it, swab it on the inside of your cheek.
I think that's it.
All right, and then I'll have you get the other cheek just in
Oh, I did
case.
both of them.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead and give me a second swab just to be
I
safe.
did both cheeks, one on this side and one on this
That's
side.
all right. It'll work all the same.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Package these up. I think we've got to trim the sticks just a little bit. 'Cause I think they're a little long. Yeah, actually. They fit? Ah, it might. It might just. No.
No. Do you want some scissors?
Yeah, do you have a set? That would help out a lot. While she's getting those scissors, let me. What is your middle name
Lee, L-E-E,
and your birthday?
July 5th, 1957.
All right. And your height and your weight?
5'1", 220.
And what color are your eyes?
I don't know, brown?
They do not look brown.
Well,
Are they hazel?
Hazel, then. I tell people brown.
And what is your current address?
Okay, give me a moment. 34370 Allen Road, Cottage Grove, Oregon, 97424.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I'm learning that.
Yeah. What about a phone number for you?
My cell phone, 503-999-9855.
And do you have that with you?
No, it's not with me. It's in the truck.
Okay.
I didn't think it'd be appreciated if I had it with me.
One thing we do sometimes in order to help with these cases is do a download of someone's cell phone. Is that something that you would be willing to do with us today, is download your cell phone?
No, I don't want to do that. I
Okay.
don't, I mean.
That's fine. Hey, it's your right to say no. All I can do is ask and,
Right.
keep my fingers crossed, right? You're generous to give us this, so I appreciate that. Let me go get these put away real quick. Oh, we got the scissors. So you can see them be packaged in front and everything. Ooh, that shot across the room.
Oh, it's behind me.
That's all right. I'll get it later. Don't worry about it.
Watch your eyes.
I know. Yeah. I know that we have covered a lot today, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Do you have any questions for us at this point?
Well, I wanted to know if any of the McCullough family have done the DNA.
My understanding is they're asking for DNA from everybody.
Well, that's good. The whole point is to get to the bottom of the situation.
Right, and I agree. I agree with that. Let me go check in. Do you have any other questions that you can think of?
I don't.
I don't know either. I'm gonna go check in with them and see where they're at. And we're probably gonna wrap stuff up with you. Like I said, I do appreciate
No
you
problem.
coming in here and talking with us. I will be right back. Goodness, might as well just take them.
So you enjoying Cottage Grove so far?
Yes, I haven't got a chance to, I've just driven down the main street and the old storefronts and of course, we discovered it's the hardware store, the Cottage Grove Hardware. It's called Cascade. And, a lot of times, you think, oh, this town isn't big. Well, I'm discovering it has everything you need. You don't need to run to Eugene and
It just spread out a little bit.
yeah, and I'm just getting familiar, but I just thought that one little strip over there by the Walmart area was town. And then I realized that, if you go to the right when you come right off the freeway, there's a whole other part of town.
Yeah. Have you been here during the summer months yet?
No, we've just been here about a week, but I take that back. We were here when they were looking at the property in August. They were looking at the property in August, and it closed like August 26th.
Oh, wow.
So, but no possession or anything till October. And those people moved to Montana.
Wow.
And then, of course, I guess there's some kind of crazy weather or something, freeze or something in Montana. And I'm thinking, they're probably wishing they were here.
No kidding. No kidding.
So,
We have a lot of different events and stuff during the summer
Yeah.
months.
well, I figured once I settle in a little bit, I'll go to your Chamber of Commerce and get like the little pamphlets or whatever that tell about all the activities throughout the year.
There's a
And
lot of history here. A lot of
Yeah.
history here. It's interesting. Are you sure I can't get you any coffee or
No,
water?
no.
Okay. Do you need a restroom?
No.
Okay.
I went before I came, and I didn't drink anything, so.
Well, hopefully we're about to get you out of here, I think.
We're all in the same car, so I'll still be waiting if they're visiting with Officer O'Neill.
He seems like a pretty nice guy.
He does. We visited a number of times over the phone.
Mm-hmm. I think it's great that you guys are willing to come down here and do this and just try to finish, it gets
I
some
mean,
closure for the family.
yeah.
At least rule people out,
Yeah.
It's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So when's the next trip to be able to get your grandkids here? Have
Well,
they been to the new house yet?
No.
No?
Jeremy's little boy, he will come in the 1st of June and get to stay June and July. So he hasn't seen it. He talks to his daddy every week, but they've talked about riding the 4-wheeler and seeing the cows and the deers and things like that. And so he's excited to be able to just kind of run around out on the farm. And then I've talked to my granddaughters, and they'll probably come and visit in the summer as well.
That'll be
And
great. There'll be
it'll
a lot
be-
of going on down here in town.
yeah, so I'm looking forward to having them
Good.
come, and by that time my little mother-in-law's suite will be fixed. They're turning the tack room into my suite.
Oh man, you're getting booted from the main house?
Well, I want to be
Oh,
separated, and so I have my own space, and I like to sew and things such as that. And when you have little ones wandering around, you can't just leave your sewing there and just leave it and come back to it an hour or so later. I'll be able to do what I need to do and clean up when I'm ready.
Not have to worry about putting everything away
Yeah,
behind
because
it.
sometimes it's hard to get started again if you have to clean up everything
Yeah.
and then lay it all out again.
Kind of takes the enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
You got to do that.
So I'm looking forward to my own little space, and
Good.
it was where the previous owners had their saddles, and that's what they call it, the tack room. It had all their gear for the horses and what. So,
Oh, that's amazing.
but the kids is like, it smells, and I think from the saddle soap and the things they use for the leather. And I said, well, good thing I can't smell anything. and it's like, just fix me up here. I'll put a big area rug in there and get me all fixed up.
There you go. Do you have to put heat in there and everything, or is it
Um,
already? I know some tack rooms have it and some don't.
Well, it used to have a little, like a little wood burning stove is what it had, but it's been taken out. It's still on the farm. It's in one of the other outbuildings, but it's like, I don't think I want that. I think I would prefer, that's a lot of work, carrying that wood, and
Yeah.
if I was going to do it, I'd do electric. Put me a little electric fireplace in there.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah,
The remote control.
yeah.
So is Billy ever planning on moving his family here?
Mhm.
Oh, that's awesome. You guys
Yeah,
probably
but right
together.
now, the because of the corona, we have all the paperwork done to get their papers and whatever.
Visas or whatever.
Yeah, whatever
have.
they need. Now the children are dual citizenship, so it won't be as difficult to get theirs. We have all the paperwork done. It's a matter of issue with the corona, like in the Philippines, you have to, it's like every, I can't think of what they call it, but every, the Philippines is islands, and it also has, it's, let's just say it's divided up, and let's say your precinct such, and you're, that's not precinct, but it's something else, and each one has a number. Well, to get to his house, it's like the 13. Well, the way they had it was you were having to be quarantined for 2 weeks in each area and that you went through. And it's like by the time I got home, he only has 28 days. And he goes, by the time I would have spent it all on the road just getting there, and it would have been the same process coming back.
Oh my gosh.
And so at this point, kind of like over here for the longest, your government offices and everything were closed. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much what they're doing now is you have to take an airplane to get to Manila. So he drives three hours, gets to the city, gets on a plane, fly to Manila, and then you have to rent like a hotel to visit the embassy. So it's a trying, but that's where you have to go is in Manila to the embassy. And it's just a matter of getting them there. But with all these rules, it's hard to travel.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. And even one of the people Billy works with is a Filipino. And even he, has had a difficult time. Now, I don't know what area he lives in, but, he could live in Manila. I don't know. And that would be not bad. But...
That'll be nice when all this gets over with.
It would be wonderful.
Have life get back to normal.
Yeah. What's funny is, I go to the credit union to put my money in and everything, and for a while that was closed. And then it was like, okay, back in the old days, you couldn't wear a coat and a hat and all this when you go in the bank. Well, now you're walking in with a mask on, and it's like, this is too ridiculous.
I can't believe there hasn't been more bank robberies.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'm not really thinking about that. I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, how life has changed.
Mm-hmm. Everywhere. It really has everywhere. So you live on property now?
Yeah.
Are you planning on getting any animals?
Not me, because you have to take care of them. I'm
hear
just going
that.
to take care of me, and once in a while the grandkids, but I don't plan on having any animals.
Yeah. How many acres do you have?
There's 40.
Wow.
But 22 of it is under the forestry system or whatever. I don't know how all that goes. But
that's still plenty of room.
there's a lot of it cleared and everything. Like the
Yeah.
other acreage is cleared, and now the wooded part has so much brush up in there that literally it needs to be cleaned out. You couldn't walk up in there.
Yeah, pretty thick.
Yeah, but I like the pastures that are all clean and mowed and cows eat it or deer eat it. I like that.
So, I'm not completely done yet, but I want to give you the opportunity to use the bathroom, get some fresh air, or anything like that.
I'm fine.
You're fine? Okay. I'm going to step out with Tammy real quick.
Okay.
I remembered a part of your statement, and was asking Tammy about it out there. That's why we were trying to figure out. My shoe keeps coming untied and it's driving me crazy. But there was a statement made about the bedroom where it happened in.
Just in case you need it.
And I guess I don't understand which bedroom was it that this happened in?
Well, and for my brother, at some point, the only reason why I know anything is because I said, so what exactly happened? You know, and he said, the bedroom across from the back door.
And that's the front, but you said that was the front door.
Oh, well, my picture's turned around. The back door's here.
Okay, so this bedroom is where whatever happened?
Well, that's...
But that's what your brother described to you?
That he had to clean this room.
Okay, how did you describe it to you?
He didn't. It's just that he had to clean it.
Okay, he had to clean it. Did he say like what he had to use to clean it or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm surprised. At that point, I said, I'm surprised that they allowed you to go back in that house.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody watches CSI and all that, and things don't happen like in a couple days or something. That's what you see on TV, but it's like, I was just surprised that his house was released back to him and they were allowed to go back in there.
How long afterwards did he get to go back in?
I don't know. That's, I'm thinking it was a couple of days, and I was shocked that it just seemed like, I thought that, you dust everything and you watch TV and you think, well, on TV you think, well, they've got everything cordoned off for like a week or something and they're checking everything out. And real life, it just seemed like, I may be wrong on the timeline, but it's like, it just seemed like that in a couple days that they were allowed back in the home.
Just one thing sticks out to me on this is, where's the bathroom in this place?
Well, it's right in here, I think.
And where's the washer and dryer?
Right beside the back door.
Oh, is that what?
That's what that is.
Oh,
WD.
That's the washer and dryer. Okay.
And the hall.
In the hall. Okay. And so the bathroom is
like somewhere in here between those two bedrooms.
Okay. It's not a very big place, is it?
I don't know how long the trailer is. Maybe a 60-foot or something. I don't. This, I didn't really go in here very often, but on this room, if you had the if you had the full bed, you only had a little bit of space here, and you only had a little bit of space here.
Were there like dressers or closets or?
There was a closet right here with the bifold doors, but there was no dresser. Now this one had a dresser at the very end and the twin beds against this wall.
So whose room was that one?
That was when the kids were there. Like, if his kids, it just was, when they were younger, he got bunk beds and put in there or whatever.
Your brother?
My brother, yeah.
Okay.
And that way, at any given time, no matter how old they are, they come home, there you go.
And so, had Billy ever been in here?
We've all been in the trailer.
We've all been in the trailer. Sorry, things are starting to blend together for me a little bit. But on the trip down there for the move back, had Billy been in there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that time, had Jeremy been in there?
Not during the move time, no.
Not during the move time.
I mean, you know, he told me he had gone over there, but that was well before anything had happened. And I had just said, well, you need to stay away from there
Right, because they were
because they were
pot.
smoking pot.
Did Billy smoke pot?
Nope.
No. Did Jeremy smoke pot?
To the best of my knowledge, he's tried it, but I don't believe he smoked with them, but
Okay. And you said that when you dropped off the cleaning supplies, there was the two hard-sided suitcases?
yeah,
Had you ever seen those before?
no.
No.
My brother had been out of town a lot, and so during the time that when he was gone, I never went over there to the trailer except for, like, I did go on the property because, like, my dad had the cabin, and let's say, hey, Dad, I need to borrow a ladder. We'll just go over to the cabin and get the ladder, and that's further down the driveway.
When you went and got your brother and took him over to your parents' place, what did he have his stuff in?
Probably a pillowcase because he had his sheets and the things, you know. I don't recall him having a suitcase.
Okay.
I believe he just had his stuff in a pillowcase.
All right. Honestly, I can't even remember if I just asked you this or not. Had you seen those suitcases before?
No.
No. Okay. But you said they were a dark color.
Yeah.
Have you seen them since?
No.
Okay.
And had my brother not had me pick him up, I would have never been over on that property.
Right.
Because I would have never stopped because I knew my brother was on the road.
Right.
Dropping off the cleaning supplies at the trailer, is that something he's ever asked you to do before?
No.
Okay.
When you and your brother were in the car together, what all did you talk about?
About Mom's diagnosis of Alzheimer, and that, you know, they needed to make sure that she was taken to the doctor and properly diagnosed and all that. I mean, we came to the conclusion when she asked me if I'd ever met my brothers that there's something wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm never speechless, but I was like, don't know what to say to her, and I don't want to frighten her because I was frightened. And I said, yes, ma'am, and they're mighty fine fellas. And she just got the biggest smile on her face. Well, thank you, thank you. And then I went to my dad, you need to make sure Mom gets to the doctor because I think she's got Alzheimer.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about that and making sure that Claude made sure that, you know, if my dad wasn't able to take her, that he would take the time out of his time and take her to it was Mountain Home. That's 75 miles away.
Oh.
And this is a little community. They don't have, I think they have 1,800 people. And they don't have, you have to drive a long ways to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be Mountain Home, Arkansas. It's a good distance over the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's really all we talked about was that.
He didn't talk about his feelings about Rebekah or anything like that?
No.
And nothing about, you know, why is my son still living with me?
No, well, he at some point he didn't live with them. When I first moved up there, he lived across the road in a house with like a bunch of roommates across from Grandpa and Grandma.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in town.
Right.
And then, you know, it was a small house. I even considered renting it after they moved out.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a little small for my taste. But it would have been perfect right across the road
Mm-hmm.
from my parents. But, you know, and that's when I think due to the house, the trailer being broken into a number of times over the years, that's why Claude told him that, you know, hey, you can move back into the trailer. Maybe that'll keep the theft down.
When you said people were breaking into the trailer, how were they getting in?
I have no idea, other than, I mentioned that my dad gave the TV to Claude from his house. Well, whoever had came in, I don't know how they got in, but they took his TV and any music or anything that was of value. They took it. Now, they didn't haul off the furniture or anything like that, but, the kids' videos and, I don't know what all, but I know the TV and their videos and things were gone, and it happened more than once.
Okay.
And so the next time, about the time I'm up there, when I was over having coffee, I said, "Oh, aren't you worried that someone's going to come and steal that TV?" And he goes, "Oh no, they're going to break their back carrying that one." It was a great big, back in the day, it wasn't flat screen. It was one of those big,
white box on the back of it.
Yeah, and it was like humongous. He goes, "They'll break their back trying to haul that one out."
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And I never heard any more about any break-ins or anything, but
Are you still close with any of your family members back there?
no. Like I said, when my dad died, I used to talk to him a couple times a year, and then when my dad died and nobody let me know, and they posted it all over Facebook, that's done,
Why do you think that was?
Well, Claude at 53 was diagnosed with dementia, and it runs, his mom had Alzheimer, and I guess, anyway, he was being medicated and all that for that, and, at times I try to reach him sometimes, and I would be aggravated, and it's like, I was really tacky, it's like, don't you even remember you have a sister? And then he would call me back after, I felt like he was avoiding my calls. Anyway, he would call me back and he goes, "Yes, I remember I have a sister." It's like, I'm sorry, I was so grouchy, but I haven't been able to reach you. But like I said, after my dad died, his daughter-in-law, Kim, is the one who posted it. And about my dad's death and the funeral arrangements, all that. Well, apparently, she was apologizing when I brought up on Facebook, "Well, gee, thanks for letting me know before you posted it all over the place." And she goes, "Well, my understanding is Claude already called you." And I said, "No, he didn't. Do you think I'd be making a fuss if he had called me?" And she goes, "Well, that's why I put it on there, is because he told me he'd already called everyone." I said, "Oh, okay." And then they asked me if I was coming, and I said, "No, my dad would understand, and I'm there in spirit." And I haven't talked to him since.
Mm-hmm.
But, I was hurt. Not only was that his dad, it was my dad. And no, I wasn't right there on the spot, but still, I think I deserve the respect of being notified before they broadcast it.
Have you kept in contact with any other family members other than Claude
No,
back there?
no.
Do you know why that is? Is that just distance or?
Well, like I said, right now I'm aggravated with my brother about my dad, and I just don't. We didn't grow up in the same household. I didn't meet my dad till I was 22 years old. And the boys were raised by my dad. And so I came into the family at 22. And of course, I was with them 30-something years as a family member and acknowledged by the entire McCullough family and extended family, my dad's sisters and brothers and whatever. They claimed me. I never did a DNA swab or anything, but I look just like my brothers. They're 6'2", but I'm 5'1", but we look like cookie cutter kids. And, Not so much now that we're old, but back when we were in our 20s, we really looked like brothers and sisters. And now the brother in Houston has a lot of hair and it's all gray, but he got that at like 30. And then the other Claude, his turned gray, white, whatever, too much dyeing or whatever. My dad, I had dark hair up until a number of years ago, and I started getting a little gray, and then I have a lot now. But back when my dad was alive, he'd go, "Honey, are you dyeing your hair?" And I said, "No, sir. Why?" He said, "Well, you don't have gray hair." And I said, "Well, just because my brothers do doesn't mean, our genetics are different. And, these are the only ones I have right here." But I had a good relationship with my dad and my stepmom. And they treated me, my stepmom treated me like I was hers.
So is your stepmom still alive?
No, she died.
Okay.
Basically, I think she got pneumonia. It was complications of the Alzheimer, and she just wasted away. That funeral I did go to. I did make it there, but
Now, is Claude still living on the property?
yeah,
So he's kind of is he taking over the place, or?
I do believe so. I believe that he put it in his name, and because he was at one point when my dad went into the nursing home, we all had to go to court and request that he have I don't think it's a conservator, but someone to look out for his money and take and pay his bills and all that. And so ended up that Claude and one of our cousins that resides in the area of Batesville, anyway, it was decided that they would be the conservators and pay the bills. And so that's what they did. And at some point, my cousin said he didn't want to do it anymore. His name was Jackie Lee, and he didn't want to do it anymore. He goes, his mom was up in her 90s. She's the oldest sister. And he goes, "I got enough to do right here, and instead of, Uncle Claude, he goes, "I got other things to do." So basically, at some point, when my dad was in the nursing home, Claude took care of everything. And at some point, it was told to my brother and I that it would be, I guess, he could live on it and whatever, and last man standing gets the property. Well, next time I talked to him, he's told me that he's put it, I noticed on Facebook that his son and daughter-in-law were building a house out there. And I'm like, "What's going on?" And he said that he had put the property all in his name. For whatever reason, he put it all in his name, and he had deeded, a 5-acre tract for his son to build a house, which they've done already. And so it's like, what happened to mine and Bill's? At 20 years old, my dad gave us each 5 acres on the frontage road. And I said, "So what happened to Bill's and that's the other brother, and my 5 acres? And he goes, "Well, you guys never got it surveyed. So it's all part of Dad's, and that's all in my name." It's like, really? So you can see why I'm not talking to him. It's like, if you really need that and to mistreat us that way, then have at it. I don't need any, I don't need to be treated like that. And truthfully, had I been the last person living, I would have sold it. And simple as that. Now, my dad's basically his, I don't know what you would say, that was his ideal thing of having the farm and having that property, and it was his dream. Well, with all those grandsons out there and marrying and building houses and everything, it kind of carries on his legacy. I would have just sold it. My other brother's never going to move there. I'm never going to move there. But to be told, well, you didn't get it. You didn't get your 5 acres surveyed, so I was like, okay.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So it's like I just don't reach out.
And so Billy's planning on moving out here with you when he retires from stuff? Or?
Well, as soon as this corona stuff is over, my understanding is I've helped him with the paperwork on moving his Filipino family over here. Mm-hmm. We've got all their all the paperwork that it takes to go to the embassy. But because of the coronavirus, it's kind of delayed that, because I think just like here, a lot of, like the embassy was closed for a period of time, and I don't know what is going on over there now, but it's hard to travel over there. And so the plan is, yes, he wants to retire over here, bring his family over, and live on the farm.
So he started out so young, he's going to get to retire really young, right? Was that the...
Well, I hope so. I mean, he started at 20, and he's 44 now, so, but he's still paying child support for one kid in spring, so she's going to be 15. He'll be till she's 18, so maybe after that he'll retire.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Jeremy and Kara, are they planning
Yeah.
on starting a family? And getting
Well,
married or anything?
she has 3 children from her
wow.
previous marriage, and yeah, they love each other very much, and you can see it, And Jeremy loves her kids very much, and we've all become a family, and we've all moved to the farm, and it's at some point they'll get married. They've been dating. Gosh, I could be wrong, but I think it's 2 years, maybe longer. But he met her at his company, his job. The first, the job, RTR, she was working as an accountant there. Well, now she still does 1 day a week there, Mondays. And then on the rest of the week, at this point, she's doing computer work for the state, the accounting for the state, and she just does it on the computer from home.
Now, do the kiddos live with you too?
She's got a setup where they stay 1 week with their father and 1 week with her. And right now that's working out fine because they do school from the computer. Mm-hmm. And so, but this week she has them. And they're adorable.
How old are they?
3, 6, and I think 8.
Oh, wow.
And the 6-year-old is handicapped, and he's nonverbal, but he is so loving, and he loves Grandma. And he gets so excited. I was teaching him something that I know how to do from my childhood. It's like we would lace your fingers, and you go, this is the church, this is the steeple, and here's all the people. Well, he has started trying to mimic me, and it's like, oh, I love it. But like I said, he's just like, he sees me, he starts scooting. His walker is with his dad, but he can walk with his walker, but right now he's there, and he'll scoot with his hands, and he'll be right up on that couch in a hurry. He can get on the beds and the couch, and he gets around well. But it's like he's right on me, and it's like, I missed you so much, and I give him little kisses and everything. So it's a good blend for all of us.
How long until they're gonna have your tack room area all fixed up?
Well, they got the supplies, the lumberyard delivered the supplies, but the weather's not been very forgiving. And so hopefully soon.
Is it attached to the house or is it a separate
Oh,
structure?
the way it is that it's the house, but the previous people had built a pergola with that plastic, I don't know, it's wavy,
The roofing stuff?
the
that
roofing
lays on
stuff is
top?
that plastic, or you can get green or white or clear,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, I know
Anyway,
what you're-
they put that on the top of the carport area. Well, then they have like it looks like a garage, it had been maybe a garage, well, that's the wood shed. And then attached to it is, the other part is the tack room. And the pergola basically goes what I call a breezeway. It starts at the carport and goes all the way down. Everything's covered, and this awesome patio, which has got stonework. And I believe the gentleman that owned it, he did all of that. Very creative. It definitely brought the value on the place. I think that was what was so eye-catching when we saw it, because the house is I think it's 1928, and the barn on there is like 1920s.
Wow.
And it's just kind of cool, you know, like you're talking about history.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it within a few months, and I work and I'm gone a week to 10 days in Washington.
Mhm.
And then so I'm not here all the time, and I come back, and you know, so we're all managing right now, but I'm really anxious to have my own space.
Now, do you still work in security? I may have missed
No,
it.
I quit doing that when I moved here. I started, I was basically doing nothing for a little while. I had sold my house in Texas, and I had some money, and I traveled and visited my family I hadn't seen in years, and we'll spend a week here, a week there.
That'd
No
be fun.
motel rooms. I just stayed with my family and cooked them a meal or something, and we just had my auntie, my mom's sister. We would just, she's like 79 or something. She was younger then, a few years, probably about 75. When I first got here, and she would just want to stay up all night and visit, because we miss each other, and she's like, talk about everything.
Aw.
And so, but she's in Vail, Oregon, so that's what I did for a few years, and then my sister offered me this job, and I went up for a visit, and I met Miss Louise, and
So you hadn't met her before?
I had met her once before when I was just going up to visit my sister while she was working. Another friend and I went up, and we got to meet her, spend the afternoon with her, and then my sister, she's like, well, you know, I need another person. And for a while they had 3 people, and it got down to there was 2. So she goes, you have a job if you want it. Miss Louise likes you. And I'm like, okay.
So what do you do?
She has Alzheimer's now, and I just am a caregiver, but I live in with her for the week to 10 days, and I, you know, help her bathe, and I do the laundry, clean the house, fix her meals, but I'm there 24/7 during my time.
But yet you get time off so you can get a break.
Well, no,
No?
I come home after my time, and then I get my time off.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Takes a special person to do that.
What's sad though is watching her decline, because in the beginning, when I first started, she was very, she used to work for the Washington, I don't know how, something to do with the courts. I don't know if she was a secretary or something for these judges, or to do with the courts in Washington. And she did that till she retired, you know. And so it's sad to see this intelligent woman just diminishing before your eyes.
Yeah. Definitely takes a toll on someone to go through that stuff. I know that we talked about you've got a cell phone out in the car today, but in 2004 did you have a cell phone?
I don't think I did.
I'm trying to remember if in 2004 if I had a cell phone.
I don't think I did because we had to get a house phone when we were in Arkansas. We had a landline, as they call it now. We got a phone so that we could communicate with whoever, grandma and grandpa, whoever.
Where were you at when you got the phone call from Jeremy saying that Billy was in?
I was at my dad's.
Dad's house. Okay.
Yeah, and that's where they called the house because they knew I was going to grandpa's to drop him off.
Did Billy have a cell phone then?
I don't remember anybody having a, I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I think they were maybe flip phones. I know they weren't smartphones back then. Like,
I had to have been the flip phones, I think.
yeah.
Trying to think when I got my first one.
I know, that's what I've been doing. Like, when did I get a flip phone? I don't know. Communication back then was definitely different than it is today. Everything's just right there.
Way back, I can remember visiting one of my sisters, and she had a cell phone, and I never did I fought it for a very long time. But we go out to dinner, and somebody ring her, and she just automatically forgets about everyone at the table, and she's just talking and talking, and it's like, really, I'm insulted. How often do I see this sister, and she's going to just, and it's like, couldn't you just wait till you got home and call them back?
Yeah.
What did people do when they didn't have a cell phone?
Yeah.
You left the phone at home when you went out to dinner.
Yeah.
Because you had a landline.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely changed the dynamics of family dinner and just any socializing. The majority of the time you look around and you see people playing on their cell phones.
Well, you go to any restaurant, or before COVID, you go to any restaurant and the phones are ringing and you hear them talking. It's like, oh my gosh, I can hear everything going on at the next table. And it's just like, wrong.
Yeah. So Rebekah and Casey had dogs. Did you guys have any pets when you were living down there?
Jeremy had a dog, and it was looked like it was we made up our own little pedigree. It looked like it was a dachshund, and it also looked like it was a chihuahua. So we called it Chowini.
That works.
And when it stayed in the house, but when it would take off and the grass was so high on the farm, I thought, there's bigger things than you out there, doggy. You better get back here. And then it was a mess, that dog. But Jeremy loved him. But he was an inside dog.
Yeah. Did the dog go with you to Texas then?
Yeah. But as soon as we got back, we gave him back to Billy. It's like the dog, I don't know if it was a little brain or what, or maybe it didn't like me, but I have my couch sitting a certain way, and the dog would run along the back of the couch, and then at times it would just go like this to me and be nipping at my hair and have its paws up here. And I'm like, Jeremy, come get your dog. And I said, I think its brain is little or something. It's having an attack on me. And it's like, so I was ready to, Jeremy, the dog's got to go back. And the kids, Billy's kids, loved the Chowini, so. But Jeremy missed home so much that, that was his friend.
Yeah. So since you guys got the phone call from Detective McNeil, I'm telling you, I am like ready for coffee at this point. Have you guys talked about the case at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. What have you guys discussed?
Just basically, what do you know? What's your story, And, Jeremy says, well, I went over there twice, and I told the officer back in Texas, the detectives, when they came to the house, like a few days after we got back, he goes, that's all I know. And Billy, it's like, what do you know? He was with me. And that's what I remember. And basically that was it.
Did either of them say that they've been keeping up on the case at all?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know, it's a pretty big event to have happened in your life, and, to have been that close to it. Sometimes people get a little bit obsessed with it and continue to, research on things.
I did ask over the years, every once in a while, when I did talk to my brother, wow, have they ever solved that? No. That's the extent of it.
And your brother never made any speculation as to who did it?
No.
No?
It's not like I talked to him every week. It was
Right.
every once in a while.
Has Casey ever speculated who did it?
I've never talked to Casey since this all supposedly happened. I know it happened, but I've never talked to him.
Have you heard through the grapevine what he might be saying?
I'm there. When I was there for a purpose, and that was to visit my dad and my stepmom, and I didn't go out of my way, call any of them. Seriously, they're not going to want to visit with their old auntie, they're young kids, and I just,
And you said that they had, Claude has 4 sons?
he has one that's his stepson. His last name is Dyke.
And where do they all live?
Honestly, I don't know at this point.
I guess, let me take it back. Where did they live at the time this happened?
The only one that lived on the property at that time was Casey. Where the others were, I don't know where they lived.
Do you remember what their names are?
Okay, well, Randy's that's his nickname. I don't know what his real name is, but I've known him since he was 3. But, I don't see him all the time. But, okay, and then there's Chris McCullough. They're all C's. Casey is the next one, McCullough. And then Corey McCullough.
And you don't remember Randy's real name?
I don't know what I've always called him Randy, and I don't know what his real name is. I don't know if he's Randall. I don't know what his name is, but I know that that's a nickname.
Do they have any criminal histories?
I have no idea. I don't believe I don't think so, because Randy is a nurse, and you have to have some kind of, you got to have a clean background, I believe.
Okay.
And Chris is an officer with the state of Arkansas, the prison system. Corey is he was an officer for the state prison system, but he is now a parole officer.
They're pretty together. The only one that didn't really make a profession out of life is Casey.
I don't know. I don't know what it's called, but it's like these companies that put out the fiber optics, and I may have that wrong. Fiber optics or something like that. They lay lines all over.
You guys need a break or anything?
Come on in.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Doing fine.
My name's Tom.
Hi. Linda Miller.
Linda, nice to meet you, Linda.
Nice to meet you.
I'm with the state police here in Oregon.
Okay. I'm a new citizen of Cottage Grove as of last week.
Well, welcome to town.
Thank you.
I had this barbecue place today. What was it called again?
Big stuff.
Yeah.
Is it local? Because we saw a sign that said barbecue, and we were like, oh, you're going to have to try that.
Yeah.
What is it?
Big stuff, right?
Big stuff.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, I had a brisket sandwich.
Ooh, sounds good.
You like to barbecue?
Well, I don't barbecue, but the boys do. And Jeremy has a smoker and a big, what do you call it, the Traeger?
Traeger?
Yeah. He saved his money up for that one, and then it's like where we lived, we couldn't use it because we were in a rental. And so it stayed in the garage all covered. And when we moved out here, his plan is tomorrow to use it for the first time. He's got a big old brisket. And so
Has he like seasoned it and stuff?
he has all kinds of stuff. It's like he's got a lot of stuff, that it's the dry rub stuff,
But
and then
does he
he's got.
season the Traeger? So you gotta.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I would recommend that. So if you're gonna cook something for the first time, because all the paint and
Yeah,
stuff that they
yeah.
use, sometimes that'll kind of.
We'll have to bring that up to him.
Yeah, just mention it to him. Hey,
Have you seasoned it?
I have. Yeah, I've seasoned mine. And there's it might be in the instruction book, but
Yeah,
Just turn
he's
on.
got all that because it's still new, really. It sat in the garage for like a year.
is the tape recorder still on?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised that we still have battery, but yeah, it's at 2 bars on it.
Okay.
And I don't know how much space is left on there, but it's still going.
Gotcha. I might have an extra battery.
Yeah.
I know I do out in my truck. I think.
Yeah. No, we've talked a lot about the events of 2004. We've talked a lot about current stuff. Linda was super kind and let us get a DNA sample from her. I probably did not do a very good job explaining how the cell phone stuff works. I don't know if that's something you're interested in going over with her or not.
Sure.
Because I'm horrible at explaining some technology stuff, that's for sure.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna pull up the chair. Let's see if that coffee's still on.
I know.
Real quick.
Take a nap.
I know. Oh my
You
gosh.
can't take naps.
No, that's allowed. No, I think fluorescent lights tend to bother my eyes, and so I think they're starting to get to me. I don't know about you, but
So basically,
You just go like this.
right, I know. That's what those masks are for the lights.
So basically, the Celebrite is a software program that is able to talk to cell phones in a language that the cell phone can understand. And it basically takes a digital image of what is on your phone and some stuff that's been deleted and saves it onto my computer. And then your phone is able to be given back to you in the exact same condition that it was used when the Celebrite was taken. So it doesn't plant anything on your phone.
Right.
It doesn't do anything, affect the functionality, anything like that of your phone. It's basically, it saves time from people writing everything down or taking pictures of
Yeah.
everything on your phone. And what that does is it is able to disprove your story, you know, and it's just one tool that we have at our disposal.
Right.
Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is what I kept getting to those suitcases, and I keep forgetting to ask you this question. It's every time I want to ask you the question, I forget about it. How big were they? Were they the little travel size suitcases? Were they the big ones? Like
They
you
look
know,
like the big ones.
the big ones, like you would check them on a plane, right?
Yeah.
And you can't remember. You just that they were dark. You don't remember.
Just, they were dark and they were sitting up.
And they were next to the bar or next to the door.
Okay, this is the bar. Or let's just say this thing is the bar.
Okay.
And this is you're coming out of the kitchen, and right here at the end of the bar, there's one standing. It's like they're facing me, you know, like the big part, they're standing this way.
Mm-hmm.
And they're right there. I could see there were two.
Like you could just go and grab the handle and walk
And
out
go
with
out
it.
the door.
But you don't know who they belong to?
Nope, I have no idea.
Could you see anything else in the room?
No,
Are there windows?
not around that part and of the where the porch is. There's no. Any windows they had were covered with like a big TV or
Gotcha.
drapes.
And you said there was a car there, but you don't know whose car it was.
I don't know whose it was.
Do you remember what kind it was or any?
No, I just know that it was a dark color.
Did it look like it had stuff in it?
I didn't look at it. I just glanced over there, and that's why I thought somebody was home. And, you know, I knocked on the door, nobody answered. I then went back, got the stuff I was told to drop off, put it on the porch, and went back to my car and went home.
How many trips did it take for you to go to and from the car with to leave the stuff on the porch?
Probably a couple.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get like the small roll. He got like the like, let's say if it's paper towels, it would be in the big bundle. Like, I don't know how many are in the bundle, but like 12 rolls or something. And then you got the big rolls of the toilet paper, and it wasn't a 4-pack. And so it was and then you had the soap. So a couple trips.
Yeah. Was there like disinfecting wipes or bleach?
No, no.
Toilet cleaner, any of that
No.
stuff?
It was just basically things that you have to like laundry soap and toilet paper and dish soap to wash the dishes. Things such as that, paper towels.
How long had Claude been living in the trailer?
A long time. When my dad moved up there, he wasn't far behind, and I don't remember when he retired and moved up there, but Claude didn't take long before. He's the youngest, and he followed Mom and Daddy up there, and he got a used trailer and put it on the property. And at some point, see, like I said, when we were in our 20s, my dad gave us each 5 acres.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my dad helped him get that surveyed, and he helped him get the trailer on there, and he lived there ever since.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. And did you ever hear of him having any, like, bad blood with anybody in town or anything like that?
No, because my understanding is working all the time on the truck. You know, he's always, you know, working a lot, and I don't know how long he was home, but he would be on the road a lot, come home for a while. I don't know the time frame that he stayed home, but, you know,
Did he ever have friends that would come over and visit him?
not that I'm aware of.
And you haven't talked with Casey about this? Since
I haven't
you
talked with any of them about any of this.
Oh, well, other than Claude, what you?
Well, Claude, I did ask him, and I did talk to my dad,
Mhm.
you know, a few times, you know,
But you haven't talked with Casey?
but no.
Do you guys keep in touch with Casey at all?
No.
No.
The only reason why I know what's going on is I have them on my Facebook, you know, and I see their activities and what they're doing and things like that, but I don't interact with them.
Mhm.
That's it.
Did you, I mean, because I know that you said you stopped interacting with your brother because of your dad's death and not
Right.
getting told about that, but there's been like the 15 years in between that, or, you know, however many years in between that, you didn't have any contact with your brother, you didn't keep in touch with your family?
A call here or there regarding my dad, but, you know, his health, but not a lot.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I felt like I was, over the years, I did have some interaction. When I had the condo, my brother did come over there. You know, he'd drive from Melbourne over to the Branson and spend a week with me or whatever at the condo. And then, you know, I just tell him, bring your medicine, bring your coffee, because he's a coffeeholic,
Mhm.
and bring your clothes and, you know, hang out. And we would visit and watch TV and go to the places where, you know, like Dolly, you go to the theaters is what you would call them. We'd go to all these different shows and during our 2 weeks, and then he would go back home but at some point it's just like, you know, I don't know, we just, maybe because when he went into he was the, what do you call it, conservator or whatever of my dad, he lived right there in town. That was the choice that my other brother and I made. But maybe because we didn't agree with everything,
Right.
that his ways of doing things, I don't know. But I only call the other brother once a year on his birthday and around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And we just have our own lives.
Mhm. What does he do?
Bill, I'm not sure what he does right now.
Oh. Where does he live at?
He lives in, well, I call it Houston, but his address is probably Baytown, Texas.
Texas.
All kinds of towns I never heard of.
I know.
Well, that's what I say about Oregon, you know, it's like, I've never heard of that.
What state do you live in now? What's the state?
Oregon?
Oregon. Oregon?
No, Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny.
Well, when I would come here before and visit through the years, and I'd visit my family, and they go, just talk to me. And I'm like, what? And they want to hear my Texas talk. And I'm like, seriously? I don't talk funny. And they go, yes, you do.
You ever lived in Wisconsin or Minnesota?
No,
Never?
no.
I thought I caught a little bit of that in there.
Never even traveled through there.
So back to the Celebrate thing, did that kind of help explain some things to you?
Yeah,
Okay. Are you interested in doing that?
no.
No? Okay. May I ask why?
I don't have to have a reason. I just don't feel comfortable.
Okay. Do you understand why we asked though?
Yes, I do. I do. I gave you my DNA. I'm being cooperative. I'm telling you what I remember, what I know, and that's all I got.
Yeah, and it's completely up to you. I just always like to ask people
Right.
when they tell me no, why? And that's,
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I didn't bring my phone. You know, because, I mean, most people don't want you even having a phone that is going to disrupt your meeting.
well, it's very polite of you.
Well, thank you. Even when I go to the doctor, they don't want to hear it. They turn your phones off.
I like your flannel.
Thanks.
I almost wore a flannel today.
Yeah,
It's kind of that kind of weather.
it is that weather for sure.
What I like about Oregon is the Pendleton stores, and you can go and get the Pendleton shirts. It's like, I love those. I remember,
Where do you live around Cottage Grove? What area?
we live out on Allen Road. It's out of town.
And where's that?
I don't know.
You don't know where you live?
I know where I live, Allen Road. We've only been out there about a week, but you go past the Walmart and you go out of town that way and you wiggly windy.
Wiggly windy.
I mean, I don't know how to tell you. I don't know the name of the roads. I just learned the address and the zip code.
Yeah.
I can find my way.
Do you zig at the wiggly and then zag at the windly? Or?
I don't know, but there's a Y out there somewhere and I go straight.
Straight. Okay.
Yeah, at that Y.
Got it.
Not that you're going to be able to find it other than putting it in your GPS.
Gotcha. You got neighbors real close by to you?
No, it's 40 acres.
40 acres?
Yeah,
You just bought it?
yeah,
Wow. Did you get a good price for it?
probably not.
Real estate's booming right now.
I'm not paying for it, I just live there.
Okay. Who's paying for it?
Billy and Kara.
Billy and Tara.
Kara,
Kara.
yeah.
Okay.
They're the ones on the mortgage.
Well, that's nice of them.
Yeah.
I hope my kids buy me a house someday.
Well, they live there too.
Oh, they do?
And they're gonna remodel the tack room and that's gonna be my space because I want to be removed. It's right out the back door, you know,
Gotcha.
and you step into another building.
That's cool. So you'll be close.
Yeah, right there out the back door. But I can close the door and Grandma doesn't want any company
Yeah.
and leave my mess where it is if I want and
Sure.
don't have to worry about disturbing anybody else.
Do you have grandkids going to live with you?
Right now, I call Kara's children my grandchildren, hopefully one day, but they're 3, 6, and 8.
Wow.
And they're really nice. They're awesome.
Fun ages.
Yeah, they
You guys
are.
already talked about all this stuff, and I'm just
Yeah, catching
beating a dead
up.
horse here.
Do you?
The little one is.
I like to talk. Tammy earlier was like, does he ever shut up? So
The little one, she's so cute and adorable. She's the 3-year-old. And she gets all drama-like. And so Jeremy calls her Drama Mama. And she goes, I'm not Drama Mama. I am. She gives him her name, you know. Josie. And so we all just think that's cute as can
Yeah.
be, so.
mm.
But they're adorable.
So 40 acres. You have animals on your property?
We bought a cow that has horns. I don't know what kind of breed it is, but there's papers on it. And it had a baby, and it bred with a different breed, so this one is no horns.
Gotcha.
And anyway, it's just been cute watching it on the pastures, just loping over towards the mama. And anyway, we're enjoying watching all that. And I think we have 3 chickens now. I think a fox ate one.
Oh,
And but anyway, so we
Any
got
other-
3 chickens and a cow and a baby cow.
any wild animals on your place?
Yeah, we saw a bear.
Bear.
Well, we didn't personally see it, but we have that. We thought there was some things moved around in the barn, so the boys put those animal cameras. They put some kind of cameras up there, and so the next day we went up and there was feed bags out of the barn, and they're 50-pound 50-pound bags. And they were out, like 3 of them outside the barn. So they checked the camera, and it's a big old bear.
Wow.
Big. And it's like, I won't be going up to put the chickens to bed in the dark, I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on their own. But we saw lots of deer, a bear. We got, on that one camera, we got a fox. And I don't know, the coloring or what, but I know a fox was caught on there. And somebody told us, one of the neighbors told us there was a cougar. But we haven't met, and I don't want to meet. I don't want to meet the bear either, but...
I'd be more concerned about your cougar than your bear.
Well, I'm just concerned about looking both ways when I go out the back door.
Yeah.
Build me a little pathway with walls so I can get to the tack room from the back door. I'll be protected. But the bear hasn't come up to the house to get in the garbage or anything, but, we're lucky there. I think we would know, though.
On that noise?
Don't drink my coffee.
I will drink your coffee.
She might. I had to pick her head up off the table a little while ago.
I was telling him, I think it's the fluorescent lights are starting to get to me a little bit.
Yeah, they do me. They make my eyes get so tired.
Mhm. Yeah, I got my eyes dilated last week. That was a nightmare. I ended up with a migraine from it. I had to go home and sleep for a couple hours. Yeah.
Don't they normally have someone drive you home after you get those?
Yeah, they told me
dilated?
I would be fine driving myself home.
They told me that the same time, the same thing the last time I had it done too.
That seems scary.
Yeah.
I've seen in things that I would think you need to you need to have a driver.
Yeah, I would have a driver the next time. I would
Yeah.
say certainly I would have a driver the next time.
I don't know. If these things keep on going, I might need a driver just to drive home if I'm wearing glasses. It's my first bifocals, and I'll tell you what.
I got bifocals. I really like them.
I'm not used to those yet. I'm still trying to figure out where to look on them, and my eyes are getting tired.
But,
I left them in one of the boys' trucks, and I guess they cleaned it out and they sold the truck, and I think it was Jeremy's truck, and I'm like, I came home and it's like, where did you put my stuff that was in that truck? Oh, I threw it in the garage. Well, I looked in the garage and I didn't find it, and my $300-something bifocals, and I had sunglasses, same prescription, and then the regular ones. And I still have one pair, but I was not happy. And it's like, how could you do that? Looked like a bunch of junk to me, Mom, in that bag.
oh.
And I'm like, okay.
So how old is Jeremy's son?
7. In July, his birthday's like July 18th.
Gotcha.
And he'll be 8.
He'll be 8. Does he get to visit for the holidays at all? Or
Um,
just the summer?
We just do the summer because the distance apart,
Mhm.
and they go halfway, it's just really hard,
Mhm.
and so they've chosen to do it, 2 months in the summer, and that way he can get back, and in August they start preparing
Mhm.
for school and getting their supplies and their clothes, and usually I send him home with a suitcase of clothes and toys.
Yeah.
Last time I had to buy him a suitcase. It was one of those giant ones from Walmart. It was like $80. And his mom, I thought, I'll never see that suitcase again. It was my grandson's, but I thought she'll not send that. She'll use it for other purposes. And last time he came, he had a big suitcase, and it was filled with all of his goodies, his toys and what have you.
Yeah.
And so he gets so much stuff when he's with us, that whether it's toys or whatever, and then I get him a lot of sweatshirts and things. In the summer, you can get them real cheap. Like,
Yeah.
typically you might pay $25 for one, but there at the beach where I work, it's like I'm trying to think, it's not a feed store, but it's a hardware store.
Mhm.
And you go in and you can get them for like, I think $5 to $8. And it's like, I'll take all these colors and I get him a little oversized so that he can
Yeah.
grow into them.
Yeah.
And
That's a good way to do it.
so, and then I just buy him jeans and stuff at Walmart and shirts and wherever I see something I think he likes. And,
Mhm.
you know, he goes home with plenty.
Yeah.
And his brothers and sisters, his mom's other children, they're older than him. And for a while we did all the Christmas, you know, every Christmas, big boxes to everyone.
Mhm.
And after a while it just got to be too expensive. And it's like, we love you all, but I send a little box of goodies to them now, and I send a big box with lots of things and the goodies to
Mhm.
Braxton.
Mhm.
And they understand, but, you know, they've got lots of grandparents. and just to know that we remembered them and we have a special box for them that makes them happy.
Mhm.
We get to talk to them sometimes too, so.
Oh, that's good. Do you guys get to do like FaceTime or Zoom calls or anything like that?
Yeah, we do that. Jeremy calls him, like, I don't know, every week and speaks to him and FaceTime, and he'll show him what he's doing there. And, oh, here's my chickens, Daddy. And he'll go, Braxton, where are your shoes? You know, oh, they're in the house. He goes, well, it looks like you need your shoes on. Okay, I'm going back in the house. Follow me. I'll show you my room. All this stuff. So it's really good for them
Good.
to have that. And he's always excited to see us. And,
Mhm.
you know, he doesn't tell me, I'm bored, Grandma. That's what some of the other kids do. They're like, I'm bored. It's like, seriously?
Mhm.
As a child, I would go outside and we made rubber band guns and and rubber bands and clothespins, got them off the line and shoot the other kids. And, ow, I'm telling Mama, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. We entertained ourselves. We didn't even have a TV back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, we were poor.
Mhm. Right.
And when it was dark, it's time to come in.
Does he get along with Kara's kids pretty well?
Oh, they love him. It's like one day Jeremy's at their house and they call me. He's talking to me, you know, I'm going to be home in a little while, Mom. And the little one, Josie, she's 3, she gets right near him on the phone and he goes, he tells her that he has me going on back and forth with her. Jeremy's my Jeremy. And she goes, he's mine, he's mine. And she got to the point almost to tears, and I said, he's yours. And so, yeah, he gets along so well. They love him, and they've got a good relationship.
Good, that makes it easy.
And every time the little one that's 6, he's handicapped, you know, he's nonverbal, but he makes a lot of racket when he's excited. He's like, and he comes over to me and he can get up on the couch, the bed, he can get up everywhere. And he pushes himself up and gets on the couch and he's snuggling with me, give him his little kisses, and you know, he's a sweetheart. But they all love him and they'll chase. Jeremy goes to leave and the one that's handicapped, he chases him to the door. He's on his butt and he's using his hands, but he'll chase him to the door and like, you're not leaving without me. I think somebody's going to come in here and we're all going to be asleep.
Yeah, no kidding. What the heck I just got up against, but I do laundry once in a while. You need to go to the restroom or anything?
not me.
Okay.
What's really good, like in our family, we have all this blended, family stuff where everybody gets along and you can kind of, have the different ones. Like when Braxton was here, he enjoyed Kara's kids so much and they just really got along. Somebody to play with and, like I said, the blended family thing is, we're very fortunate.
Definitely makes things easier.
Yep. I was married 25 years when my husband passed, and the kids are, "Are you ever going to get married again?" I go, "No." And I'll be honest, it's like, I like being my own boss. Not that my husband was bossy,
Yeah.
but, you always had to confide in them. "Well, what do you think? What do you think?" And it's like, I can just say, "I think,"
Mhm.
and I do what I want.
Yeah.
And if it's go on a vacation or do anything, any decision,
Your boys don't say, "Hey, no, we want you to stick around."
no,
No.
I sass them. If they try that, being as they're my little husbands.
That's funny. Do you guys ever think about going back to Texas?
No,
No.
no,
What'd you end up doing with your condo down in Branson?
I got rid of it.
Oh.
And, it just got to be too much. I mean, one of my last visits up, I was all broken and everything, and I was determined I'm going to use the hot tub in the master bedroom. It's a 2-bedroom condo. And, of course, Jim goes, "Mom, you're going to have difficulty." I had a bum arm, a bum knee, opposite sides of my body, and I was determined I'm getting in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I go in and I shut the door and I locked it and I go in and I managed, and it was really deep, and it looked like it was like they had sided it with wood planking or something, like as if it was outdoors.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, and there was like a pole right here, and anyway, I got in and I enjoyed myself immensely, and then when it was time to get out, I had trouble. I let the water out, and I was never going to call anybody to come and help me get out, and I just worked it.
Right.
I was like, okay, this is, you can't get on your knees. Well, I have bad knees, so you can't get on your knees to push yourself up. So with this bum arm and those knees, I got a hold of that post, and literally I held on for dear life and then flipped my legs over the side. And Jeremy goes, "Did you have trouble?" "No, but I enjoyed it immensely." I was never going to admit that I had difficulty getting out.
Right.
But, hey, it was nice. But it's like, well, he would have said, "I told you."
Yeah. Yeah. And so you've gone down to the Philippines to go visit Billy's family down there?
Yeah, yeah.
What's it like down there?
It's like a third world country.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's just nothing like I've ever seen. And I've been to Mexico a lot because we were down near the Mexico border.
Right.
It reminds me a lot of that, but it's just a different way of living, and people live in like tin shacks where they've gathered stuff up and they put it together to make a dwelling. And you see people with it looks like a grass hut. They cut this grass and then they weave it and make like a mat, and that's what they side their house with. Some of them don't even have windows. I mean, they have a window, but there's no window.
Right.
It's the opening. And we saw some things on the road, people riding water buffalo, and then they have these big you'd see duffel bags on a motorcycle or something, or a horse. Well, these are baskets that are real deep, and then they come across, I guess, something woven to hold it over the back of the thing. And then there's another one on the other side for balance on a water buffalo. Okay, then we saw people transporting pigs on a motorcycle.
What?
Oh yeah, and that was a sight. I was like, slow down, I gotta take a picture. And they made like a frame, and this is like a 12-inch wide board, and 12-inch wide board, and there's a rider riding, and they have these pigs with, it looked like a rice bag that they had over their face, and only their mouth was exposed to breathe. So their eyes were closed. I mean, you couldn't see. And they had them tied to that board, the pigs. And they looked like good size, not humongous, but let's say a 50-pound pig or something. And they had one on each side, and they're driving down the road on a motorcycle. I'm like, okay, so then I saw another one. It's like, okay, how many people, this is my joke when I came back, how many people can ride on a motorcycle?
2?
8.
What?
8.
Oh my gosh.
Same system with those boards, and you have 3 on this side, 3 on this side on those boards, 12-inch wide boards, and then you have 2 on the motorcycle. And I'm like, I gotta have a picture. It was just something. And it was interesting.
How did he end up in the Philippines? I mean, I get that he was working in Africa on the oil rigs, but how did he?
He went on vacation. Him and some of his work people, I believe, went on vacation. He went to school with a girl that was from Rockport, Texas, little Rockport, 10,000 people. She is now a college professor in Paris, and works at one of the colleges there, and she's very fluent in French. And it was just like, hey, and he's got some other friends that are in different parts of the world. So he made his rounds, and I think his wife was related to one of his coworkers or something, and for a while they talked on Facebook or something, or something like that, and then eventually they met and they dated, and then they got married and had a baby, and just adorable. And they're such light kids that over there, their sense of, well, to be white, that's all and be all, not all of the people there are dark, but the babies next to, let's say, their mother, she looks dark. And anyway, so people kind of like dote, and like people you don't even know, they will come up and they will kiss your baby's hand, and just strange things. So at one point we were going down the road that he lives on, and some young lady came over, and she not only did my grandson on the hand, but she did me. And I'm like, so what was that all about? I didn't say anything while it was happening. I said, what was that all about? He says, it's a show of respect. And I said, well, how come little Billy got that? I'm the old person. How come he got a kiss? And, I don't know why he got a kiss, but they do that kind of thing. And so they'll do all this fancy soaps and things to make their skin lighter.
Oh, really?
It's just really, yeah. And when we went to a pool of some, it's like I don't know, it's a spa type thing, but the water comes from the mountains or something in the swimming pool, and then they have this other, it's like a hot tub type thing, but it has mud and stuff in there, and they put mud all over them.
Okay.
And anyway, while I was there, it's like I'm just observing, and I wasn't going to put a bathing suit on or nothing. And I was watching the young Filipino girls. They were wearing it would be like these, when you go in the water, the wetsuit, they would wear a top like that, but their legs were exposed. But all of this was, they don't want to get a suntan. And that was interesting.
It's the exact opposite here.
Yeah.
Weird.
And it was interesting. I ended up getting a cough over there, and I asked if they could go to the pharmacy. This is the first visit. And I asked if they could go to the pharmacy and get cough drops or something. They went to a number of pharmacies, which they were very apparently difficult to find, and they came back with one bag of the cough drops and one bag of like Sucrets for sore throat. I said, well, I didn't ask for those. I needed cough drops. Mom, this is all we could find. So after that, I would take my own little medicine bag with Band-Aids and Tylenol and you name whatever I thought I might need, an ointment or something. I took all my own stuff. And then Billy's mother-in-law, she only speaks Filipino. Now, my daughter-in-law speaks very good English, but her parents just speak the Filipino. And she's telling my son that she's got a headache. And I told him, I said, well, I have all this big bottle of Tylenol. You take her some. And I go, just take the whole bottle over there and see how many she needs. Well, he comes back. He goes, I gave her the bottle, Mom. And I guess the next day she reported to him, those were miracle pills. And most every home over there has like a little store that's built on, it's like a little room built onto the front of their house. And they'll have sodas and chips and what. I mean, it's a distance to town, so anybody who lives on your road might come to your little store at your house and buy whatever you have. Well, she was selling those Tylenol, I don't know how much, but miracle pill. I said, really? Okay. When I bring a gift, maybe I should bring her some more miracle pills. We took the little kids' candy from Winco, and the ones you buy the pound, gummy worms and all kinds of something that's real tart. They're different shapes, like moon shape, banana shape, whatever. Anyway, we got some of the, they're hard tart type stuff. And anyway, we got 3 different kinds. It was like 10 pounds of candy. Put it in a suitcase. Well, we got searched because they thought it was pills or something. It's candy, which they discovered. And when we got over there, we put it in little baggies and divvied up. There's so many kids, and we divvied it up, and some of them never had candy. And they were just following us around, and you're their best friend now. And but they thought that was all awesome. But they just don't get, most all of them are poor over there. And Billy's family is a little more prosperous because he has another job in Africa, and but they have a farm, and they grow bananas, and they grow, they have animals. They used to have goats, and my grandson would, I guess one of the goats had triplets, and the mom rejected the littlest one, and so he would feed it a bottle, and he would take it in the house, and we got lots of pictures of that. But I mean, it's a different life over there. And I told Billy that I could be a city girl, like in a city, but not the country life.
Yeah.
Because you're way out there. In fact, somebody rode a horse up the mountainside, and they sold bread off the back of their horse. They have it like in these big clear bags, like in bulk, and they had those big, like I said, those big baskets that kind of. Anyway, and they had bread and stuff, and it was all good, fresh bread, but it just was kind of unusual that the bread man comes on a horse up the hill, and then my daughter-in-law runs out there, and she gives him her pesos, and she brings back this big thing of all kinds of things, and it's a little interesting.
Yeah. That would be.
It's an experience.
Yeah, for sure.
Are they excited to come to America?
Yes.
Have they ever been here before?
No. They're excited.
They're just about finishing up in there,
Mm-hmm.
but I got a bunch of reports to type, so if you guys need a break or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, I might drop a couple things off at the car. They're out in the garbage.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. You got a bottle of water, I see?
Yeah. I'm not drinking it because then I'll have to go to the bathroom constantly.
Oh. I'm like that too.
And if I eat something, you better hope I'm at home because then you have to go to the restroom as well. Just a different order, you know. It's like, oh, this is not
Really?
good. Yeah.
You're efficient. Your body knows what's up.
Yeah, apparently so. Are we done?
Not quite. He's gonna hang out with you.
Okay. Nice meeting you, ladies.
Yeah, everything. Got a lot of reports to type all the time, so if I can take advantage of a few minutes and.
Sure.
Are you retired?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Retired? Are you?
Oh, no,
retired?
I'm working.
Where are you working?
Oh, I work in Washington, in Ocean Park, Washington. I go up there about,
Really?
what it is when I was living in Salem, it wasn't such a far ride to
Yeah.
go. But I started this job taking care of this lady that has Alzheimer's.
Oh.
And the reason being is, it was 3 ladies, my sister and another lady and myself. The other lady, she quit. So now it just makes more time on the payroll for us.
Gotcha.
And I just told her, now that we've moved here, I just don't know. I may have to, give her a notice. And, I love the little lady and I love my sister, but I don't know. It's going to be like a 6-hour drive or something.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if it's worth it. I think I could get maybe a local job or something
Yeah.
here and
It's a little closer.
be a little more comfortable.
So, did you move here from Texas?
Not directly.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Texas. I've never been there.
It's awesome. I lived there like 43 years.
Wow.
It's like, then everybody goes, why'd you come back here? And it's like, because my family's here. I grew up here in Oregon City area,
Oh, you did?
till I was 17. And then I moved to Texas and I stayed there for like 43 years.
Wow.
And my husband died and
I'm sorry to hear that.
my in-laws and my in-laws, sister-in-laws and what started passing, and it's like, there's not a lot here for me,
Yeah.
and it's like I might as well, move back. I call Oregon home, and like I told the boys, home is where mom is,
Yeah.
and
You seem like a good mom.
well, I hope so. I love my kids and they love me. They treat me well. A lot of kids, today, they don't want to spend time with their family. They don't want their parents or whatever. But me growing up and my family, my immediate family, it's like those are the best experiences when you are having fun with your family.
Yes.
And those are a lot of good memories that you can look back on.
Yeah.
And that's what I have with my boys. And like even my childhood, we can remember my mom loading up all the kids in the car, going to the ice cream place, and they would be hanging out. I mean, no seatbelt laws back then, mind you.
Right.
I think I was probably about 13. She had every kid in the neighborhood in the car, station wagon, and they're all out hanging out. go about a mile down the road, get us all an ice cream, and you know, just silly things like that. You remember.
You know what the best thing my mom ever did for me when I was a kid? When I was in school? She said, when you're in high school, one of your electives will be a typing class.
Mm-hmm.
And that's helped me so much with my career, being attached to this keyboard so much.
I did they called it vocational office education, and you did every kind of machine that would be in an office. And the prior year to that was the manual typewriter. That was your beginner. I loved the electric once I got on that the next year. Of course, later on, I think it was in the 90s, we got our first computer at home. And it was just awesome. Because it's like when you're typing, if you make a mistake, there's a mistake there.
Yeah.
And if you didn't catch it right then, your letter is messed up. So with the computer, you could type out the whole thing, do the correction thing, and then print it out. It's perfection.
Yeah. I appreciate your patience.
No problem.
And you understand why we like to keep people just kind of separate for the time being.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Not a
for
problem.
The integrity of the investigation
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
just to make sure that everything goes the way it should, and we hopefully can get justice for this
Yeah.
victim. And Did you look at property up in Washington when you decided to move back, or come to the
Yeah,
West Coast?
yeah. Over around the Kalama area,
Oh, yeah.
they had some really nice pieces of property, but by the time we moved on it, you know, to check into it, it was already pending.
It moves fast.
Yes,
Isn't that
yes,
crazy?
yeah. You know, it would be like 20 acres with the old trailer on it or something,
Wow.
you know, and near a creek or, you know, something that was appealing. And it would be gone in a flash.
there's this cross beam back here. It's like
Yeah.
perfect height to whack
Which
your
are-
shins.
Yeah,
Actually, might be a good footrest though.
yeah.
What do you got there?
There's sugar tabs for,
Oh,
I have diabetes and
Oh, you do?
my,
I'm glad you told me.
I have an 8, so This is just to bring the sugar up.
Do you need anything else to eat?
No. I'm just gonna take this and then in a little while we're out of here.
Okay. Did you guys ride together?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle did you drive?
It's a black Avalanche.
Avalanche?
Mm-hmm.
What vehicle's an Avalanche?
It's a
Is that a Chevy?
Chevy, yeah.
What other kind of vehicles do you guys have?
I think Jeremy's is a Ford truck, and mine is a Chevy Spark.
Chevy Spark? What's
Mhm.
that?
It's a little tiny car,
Okay.
and gets real good, like 40 to 48 miles a gallon.
Is it one of those hybrid electric ones?
No, but everybody asks me that.
Really?
Yeah, it's not a hybrid. I've been going down the street in Salem, and some guy will roll down the window. Mine's already down. He asked me if it's a hybrid, and it's like, no. And I'm thinking, I don't even know what a hybrid looks like. In regards to my car, I know that it would be an electric, and you can have it as gas, but nobody likes my car.
Hmm.
I'm only 5'1", so it's perfect. It rides about 8 inches off the road. Perfect for my legs, no stretch to get in. Steering wheel, I push the seat way up because of my
Yeah.
short legs. If anybody else gets in there, they got issues.
Did you go to college?
I went probably, I didn't get my associates, but just short of that.
So we're in the same boat then. So
Wait.
I don't have a degree. But I have enough, barely enough for an associate's, and then I got hired as a police officer, and it wasn't required to have a degree at the agency that hired me. And then, yeah, so I never went back and finished. I kind of kicked myself.
Yeah,
I
if I'd have had
wouldn't-
it, I went back at when Jeremy was like 3 or something like that, and I really enjoyed it, and I strived to do well.
Yeah.
And you know, if I had it to do all over, I'd go straight from high school
Gotcha.
to college.
Hey, Linda, how are you?
Hi, very good.
Can you hang out here with us?
Yeah, absolutely. As long as I don't want to distract you, so I'll stop what I'm doing here.
Okay. Again, I appreciate you coming up.
Not a
I know
problem.
it's been a long day. What I would like to talk to you about is why did you choose to lie to me over the phone about Billy and when he arrived in Oregon?
I just didn't know who you were, and I mean, you had talked to me and told me who you were, and I just didn't feel comfortable. But I did do what you asked me to do, and I did get with these boys, and I did tell.
You can see how you have a homicide investigator
Right.
call you on the phone, explain to you what's going on, and specifically ask you about the location of your son,
Right.
who I'm wanting to interview,
Yes.
and you intentionally and knowingly lied to me about his location. You know that is a huge red flag, and that is a huge concern for somebody like
Correct.
myself who's investigating a homicide.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Right.
So your only explanation to that is what? Why did you lie to me?
I sidestepped your question.
You didn't sidestep it. You directly and intentionally lied to me. I specifically asked you, have you seen Billy recently? No, I have not. Do you know when Billy is going to be returning to the States? No, I do not. And the whole time he's right there next to you. And you're lying to me. And I'm trying to talk to you about a homicide investigation. So if you're going to lie for him now, you're going to lie for him with things that happened in 2004. No question. All you guys came up here together with the same story. Everything that you have said is exactly the same thing that he said, and is exactly the same thing that Jeremy said. That's not hard to figure out, Linda. You guys got together and you scripted this thing out. You didn't go to the school Monday morning. I know that for a fact. You weren't there. So why would you come in here and lie about that?
Because that's the way what I believe is I went to the school because
You didn't go to the school, and by you coming in here and saying we were together and I went with Billy and Jeremy to drop Jeremy off at the school that morning, that is a bold-faced lie, and you know it.
no, I don't.
It is absolutely a lie, and you know it. You didn't go that morning to the school. You know you didn't. You know you didn't.
No, I did. I did go to the school.
Not that morning. You went later in the day. You didn't go that morning.
Well, as I said, my recollection is that we took him to school. I talked to the principal, I think in the afternoon, and told him that would be, we were preparing to move.
Linda, you did not take Jeremy to school that morning. I know you didn't. I've got statements from people at the school.
Well,
I know.
that's fine, but this is a long time ago.
For you to
but-
come in here and tell us everybody is telling the same story, is it not true that you and Jeremy and Billy all got together and got your story together before you come up here? And that you all are supposed to say the same thing? Did that happen? True? Yes or no?
We ask each other, what do you remember about this?
How did that go? Tell me about that conversation that you had with Jeremy and Billy about.
Jeremy didn't really remember anything. Billy didn't remember anything other than he was wanting to, he had to get back to work.
Okay. Nobody really remembered anything, yet all three of you made it a point to come up here and make it very clear that you were with Jeremy and Billy the morning that Rebekah was killed.
I don't even know what day she was killed, so what do I know?
Right. Monday morning, Monday morning, all you guys are together. You just said you don't remember, but the story is, all you guys are together Monday morning. Everybody's alibi. It don't fly, Linda. It don't fly. It is very clear and obvious that you guys made up this story. Everybody got their story straight. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody says the same thing for the first 5 minutes of the interview. And then there's basically chaos. Everybody's trying to reach for information because all you guys did was get your story together for the first 5 minutes. And then it breaks down. It don't work that way. That's not real life. You're covering for your son. You know Billy did this.
No, I don't.
You absolutely do.
No, I don't.
There would be absolutely no reason for you to come in here. There'd be no reason for you to lie to me over the phone. There'd be no reason for you to come up here and lie about being with Billy and taking Jeremy to school Monday morning when you know you didn't, unless you knew what he had done.
I don't know anything. I know that Jeremy did go to school, and the plan is for him to go more days. In the end, we got the truck on Tuesday. He didn't go to school on Tuesday. We got the trucks on Tuesday, came back, loaded it up.
Right. You know what? The thing is, you guys didn't you don't remember what you told Texas, okay? That's the problem here. Because in the statements that you guys gave to Texas, you said that you waited until Jeremy came home from school, that he rode the bus home.
He never rode the bus home.
Why
ever.
would you tell Texas that?
I don't even remember telling them that.
Yeah. You waited until Jeremy got home from school, and then you guys went to Branson. All three of you came in here and said that you picked Jeremy up from school, and then you drove to Branson.
But that's just the thing is I took him to school every day, and I picked him up every day.
You didn't take him to school Monday morning.
Well,
Billy
that's
did.
My recollection is Billy and I did. And I can only tell what I remember, not what they remember or what they're saying.
Yeah. How long's Billy been here?
He's been here. I can't remember the date, but probably about 30 days.
When's he leaving?
Next week.
The furniture that you gave Claude.
Right.
What did you give him?
I gave him a king-size mattress and headboard and dresser and all that for his room. I gave him a full-size bed, and it didn't have anything else but the mattress and the frame. I then gave him a couch that was a fold-out couch that made into a bed. And that stuff I had in my garage. his wife had left him and left him nothing really other than an old table that with broken chairs and what. And he said, well, right now I don't have much. I'm sleeping on the floor. So my stepmom and him drove down in her car to Rockport, Texas. They rented a U-Haul. They loaded it all up. And there could have been some side tables or something, but I remember the bed in the couch, or the beds in the couch. And they loaded it all up and they went back to Arkansas.
Why do you think Billy doesn't want to give us his DNA?
I don't know. I gave you mine.
You don't have any thoughts
No.
as to why he's refusing to do that?
No. I gave you mine, and you know, if there's anything.
What are some things that you've talked to Billy about before y'all come up here? What was that conversation like?
Conversation is you tell the truth, and you know.
No, I'm talking specifically, not generally, specifically. What did Billy tell you before y'all came up here? What did he say specifically?
I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
The conversation that you had with him before y'all came up here, tell me that.
Just that we were going to go down here and take care of this because it was important to come down, and maybe something in our memory is going to assist you.
What did Billy tell you? What do you remember him saying specifically?
I don't remember. I mean, I know only the conversation we had,
Yeah.
which was what I just said.
What did he say?
That we're just going to get this taken care of. That's it. Don't you think we would have avoided coming down here at all if if we had any part in this?
No.
That we wouldn't have come down here and been, you know, I give my DNA, we're talking to you for hours. Do you think we would come down here and subject ourselves to this?
Yeah, I do. Because if you don't, it looks 10 times worse. Y'all had to bite the bullet. You had to come. And now you're here and your stories are crap. They're scripted. Everybody says the exact same thing for the first 5 minutes. It's very obvious. I know you didn't take him to school that morning.
Well, my memory says I did. And
In what vehicle?
I would have taken him in my blue neon.
Don't you think this has been going on long enough?
For sure.
16 years.
I agree.
Your son had a hand in this.
I don't.
And you know it.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You know for certain. There's not a doubt in your mind that he had a hand in it and you're protecting him.
No.
Absolutely the truth. Absolutely the truth. Absolutely.
No.
I hope you can live with yourself.
I know what the truth is, and we had nothing to do with anything that went on there.
Don't you think it's time to give the family some peace?
I want them to have peace, but we're not responsible.
You know more than what you're saying, Linda. The thing is about you, you don't lie very much. That makes you a really bad liar. Okay? That's how I knew you was lying to me on the phone about Billy being in the States. You were stumbling and fumbling. You don't lie very much. It makes you a bad liar. That's why when you're sitting here right now and you're trying to tell me what you're telling me, it doesn't wash. It doesn't fly. You are a horrible liar. We've been doing this job way too long.
Right.
We know when people lie. We know when people script stories and try to come together and make alibis for each other. That's what you guys did. Are you denying that?
I don't believe we did. I did ask because this is not something we talk about. It's it's like, okay, we're going to go down there. We all live in the same house. And so it's like, we're going to go down there and we're going to take care of this. And, it's like, what do you remember? That was the conversation. And they corrected me on a couple things that I thought.
What'd they correct you on?
They corrected me on the fact that we were in Billy's truck when we went to Branson and not my car. I have night blindness and I was a terrible navigator.
Okay. What else they correct you on?
When I said that Jeremy went to school on Tuesday and he did not go to school on Tuesday, he said Monday was his last day. Those were the two things. I said, well, I don't remember it like that. I do remember talking to the principal, telling him that it was Jeremy's last day at one point.
Mm-hmm.
As to what day that was, I don't know. I can't, I don't know.
Right.
But I did tell him, and he said, well, maybe that's best for Jeremy. So.
Billy says that y'all found out about Rebekah missing before you even left for Texas. But you guys told Texas in 2004. You didn't know about it until you got back to Texas. Wonder why y'all would lie about that.
I honestly, I know that my dad, because I had seen cars over there, and I'd seen cars over there, and I went home and called my dad and said, I don't know what's going on over there, maybe a party or something. And then my dad goes, well, I'll go out there and, talk to that boy, which was Casey. And then before we left, my dad and his neighbor across the road came to the house. They work their cows and the hay and whatever. Now, what they were doing, I don't know, out there in the back 200 acres or whatever. But they came up and they visited, and I said, so what was going on over there? And that's when my dad said, there's a little girl missing.
Why would you tell Texas that you didn't know about it until you got back to Texas?
I don't know.
Yeah. Because you knew exactly what had happened. And you knew who did it.
No.
That's exactly the truth. Yep. You know, we got the killer's DNA. Not a lot of people know that. And just because he didn't give us,
I gave you mine.
that's right, which means we got his.
Then that will I wouldn't have gave it to you if I thought that he was guilty of anything.
Well, I appreciate you giving it.
I believe that my kids are innocent of all of this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I thought he was guilty or Jeremy was guilty, do you think I would have given my DNA?
Why won't you let us dump your phone?
It's not even the same phone if I had one.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why won't you let us dump your phone?
I have the right not to do it.
That's right, you do. That's right. But obviously there's something on there you don't want us to see.
There's nothing. There's nothing. Got a question for you. Did I gave my DNA? Did any of the McCulloughs give their DNA?
It would be inappropriate for me to
Okay.
discuss
Okay.
details of an ongoing
Not a problem.
investigation.
Not a problem. I thought I would ask. I gave mine freely.
Do you think it would be reasonable or unreasonable for Billy to tell us that his DNA would be on the bedding?
I have no idea.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. Does that sound reasonable or unreasonable that he's placing his DNA on the bedding of the bed Rebekah was killed on?
I have no idea.
Come on.
I've slept in that room myself. Not during that time frame, but I've been to my brother's house and have stayed in that room.
Which room? You're familiar with the layout of the trailer?
Yeah, here it is, right here.
Okay. What room did you stay in?
I stayed in this one right here, across from the back door. And through hearsay or whatever, through my dad and my brother.
When did you stay in that room?
I don't know. I mean, it was, I don't know. We would make visits to my dad, and they go to bed with the chickens. There's times that Jeremy and I had gone over there. We stayed the night. We stayed up late, visited with my brother when he was home. And, I slept there. And I guess this one had bunk beds in it. But Jeremy and I stayed there. And once I lived there, I didn't have any reason to sleep over. I lived 3 miles down the road. So, but I have been in that trailer, and I have, been over there when my brother was home. I'd go over and have coffee. We would visit, have lunch, something like that. But during the time that I lived there, no, I didn't spend the night. But when I was up visiting,
Right, which was in 02, 03.
I don't know.
It wasn't in 04. You were living up there in 04.
Right.
So you were sleeping in this bedroom when you would visit, like 2 years before the homicide. That's what you're telling me?
I don't know if it was 2 years ago or whatever. We went up there for the holidays 1 year, our whole
When you
bunch.
moved up there in 04.
Right. Did I spend the night there? No.
Okay,
No.
okay,
I had no reason to.
right.
I lived 3 miles down the road and had plenty of beds at my house.
Would there be any reason for Billy's DNA to be on the bedding of this bed in this room?
I would think not.
You would think not.
Right.
Wouldn't make sense.
No.
But yet that's what he's telling us.
Well, I don't I don't know what he's telling you. So
Well,
I'm just,
why would he tell us that?
I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
But that's what he's telling us.
Well, then that's what he's telling you.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah.
Why would he tell us that?
I have no idea.
He's trying to alibi his DNA at the crime scene. That's what he's doing. That's what he did. He's trying to make us understand why his DNA's on the bedding of the bed she was killed on. And you just said yourself that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
But that's what he's doing. That's what he's
Well,
telling us.
I mean, like I said,
There's no reason for him to say that, Linda. It's common sense. It doesn't fit. You just said yourself.
right. Exactly. And like I said, I believe in my kids. I believe they've been honest with me. Otherwise, you know, I could have said, hey, no DNA. I'm not doing that. I'm walking. My understanding is I could have gotten up and walked out any time.
Anytime you want to leave, you're free to go.
And the thing is, you know, I want to help.
By you three getting together and coming up with some story, everybody getting on the same page, all that does is look like you're guilty of something. Nobody that's innocent has to get together with the group that's getting ready to be talked to and go over, okay, let's all say this. This happened this day. We were all together on this day. That's a group of guilty people coming together to get their story straight. That's exactly what you guys did.
You're in a tough spot, Linda. And you know that.
Right.
I'm a parent, you're a parent. And we would do anything for our children. Right?
I believe in my kids. You know, otherwise I would have walked out of here earlier. Or I wouldn't even have came. I wouldn't have gave my DNA. You know.
Linda, you're in a tough spot because most of your family's gone and those boys are all that you have left. And I understand that. But at some point, the truth is going to come out. And it's been my experience that if you are not truthful, that it's going to look bad for you. Maybe you help dispose of the body. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're saying. You say, you know, you think that we're all guilty or of something.
And it's been my experience that once people have that release and it's no longer weighing on them, because this isn't going to go away.
No.
You're how old?
63 years old.
63 years old. This will live with you until you pass. And you and I both know that. And I want you to know, I wish I could trade places with you and let you have my experiences of people in your shoes that have told the truth and given the information and how much better they feel. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm telling you what I know, and maybe it doesn't match up with somebody else, but this is my memory of what I know. And I can't, I can't change it if I remember it. I mean, that's a long time ago. I remember it like I remember it.
So I know about this much about this case. Okay. I know a young lady was killed. And I know that you and your sons have been brought into the investigation. And the Arkansas State Police sent an investigator from Arkansas to Oregon. And we were asked to help.
Right.
And so I have a very small part in this.
Right.
And I just wanted you to know where I'm coming from with my experience. I worked homicide and major crimes for about 3.5 years. I've talked to people across the table just like you many, many times. Now I work in a different world. I work in drugs, and but it's the same thing.
Right.
I sit across the table from people that commit drug crimes all the time, and it's this round and round and round and round circle. And the relief that they have when they can be honest, transparent, and the relief of there's no longer this burden or this I have to look over my shoulder. It's out there, and you're comfortable with it. You're comfortable in your own skin now. You're comfortable with the truth being out there. They're comfortable with the truth. It is what it is. The facts, we can't change the facts.
Right.
And I wish we could. I wish we could go back to that day in 2004 and save Rebekah's life, but we can't. But what we can do now is do the right thing and at least be comfortable with it and know that tomorrow am I going to get a phone call? Tomorrow is the police going to show up at my door? Tomorrow are they going to come arrest me? Are they going to come arrest my sons? That's what you're going to live with for the rest of your life.
Well, like I said, my statement is true to the best of my memory, and that's all I can say is, if I felt like threatened or whatever, I wouldn't give my DNA.
There's little pieces of this puzzle, and there's other things that point to this that don't make sense to me. One of them is your phone. People that have nothing to hide don't hide it. Your son don't want to give his DNA. People that have nothing to hide have nothing to hide. If you truly wanted to help, it would be all the cards on the table. And I agree with Investigator McNeil. You're a bad liar. You know why you're a bad liar? Because you're a good person. Good people don't make bad liars. Good people don't make good liars, excuse me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got a smile out of you at least.
How can you tell? Like I said, all I can do is tell you what I remember and how I remember it. It may not match up with somebody else, but that's how I remember it.
Will you do me a favor? If we part here today with you sticking to that story, will you know that every day from this point forward you're going to wear that? Are you willing to bear that cross?
I believe that we have no knowledge of anything that went on there. So, I feel like I'm doing my part to give you information that might make a difference.
Well, I don't want you to have any regrets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's November 7th, 2020.
Yeah, bad year.
I don't want November 7th, 2025 to be sitting across from the same table from you and say, there's been advancements in DNA, Linda. This is the killer, and to show you a picture of your son. And I don't want you to say, damn it, Tom. I should have told you this 5 years ago. I have been crying myself to sleep. I've been worried sick that you guys were going to come to my house. I've been worried sick that you were going to pull us over and arrest my kids. I should have told you on that day. I had the chance and I didn't do it. I don't want you to have that regret.
I believe in my kids. And
Okay. I've seen regretful parents, and I've seen parents that have regrets and that they will wear those regrets until they die, and I don't want you to have to go through that, because I believe you're a good person, and albeit I have a job to do, I still care about people,
right.
and I still care about you as a person. And if I didn't say that to you, with you being a parent, in my experiences with parents that have lived with regrets until they die, then I would feel bad about myself and say, darn it, I wish I would have at least given Linda that opportunity.
Right. Like I said, you know, I'm sticking to my story because that's what I honestly remember and believe to be true. And if it doesn't match somebody else, well, this is the way I remember it. And this is my truth.
Let me ask you a hard question. Will you allow me to do that?
Sure.
Would you tell me if your son told you he had killed Rebekah?
Yeah, I would.
You would.
I would. Because you weren't in here when I was telling the other officers. I've always taught my kids for every action, there's a consequence. And, if you're in the wrong,
A murder is a pretty big consequence, Linda.
that's correct.
And you realize there's a possibility of you never seeing your son. You're 63 years old. There's a possibility that you won't see your son as a free man for the rest of your life. So I understand why you wouldn't tell a police officer that your son had killed somebody.
I don't.
But it's not, I'm telling you, your killers are an interesting breed. And it's like a dog that gets a taste for blood. They're tainted. You don't know when it's going to happen again. And I'm fearful that this person is going to do it again if they haven't done it already.
Well, like I said, I believe in my sons, and I don't believe they're part of this.
Okay. I've said my piece.
Thank you.
I want you to remember those words. Would you do me that favor?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
So Billy is asking to speak with Linda outside in our presence. He just wants to be outside. I am going to be taking this with us, okay? I'll have you come out so that you can speak with Billy.
Hey Linda, Billy wants to talk to you.
Okay.
He's a super good guy, good father, taking care of his mom.
I'm down to 1 bar on this battery.
Okay. Can we, you want to take a break?
Or can we
They can
grab
go.
us? We've
Or
got
just
a
do
second
cell
one.
phone.
Okay.
This way?
Which way are we going?
I'd go to the Sally Port right here.
Okay. We're gonna go right out here.
Billy's got something he wants to say.
I don't need to. I love you too.
Okay, let's go back inside.
Okay.
Can I say that to my brother too?
Let's go back inside and then we'll bring him around. Okay, Linda, let's go back into this
Here's
room.
my
you were
wallet.
in.
And,
Just go back to the room that we were in already.
Turn around.
Yeah. It's easy to do. How are you feeling?
Shaken.
Yeah. What did he say to you?
He loved me.
Mm-hmm.
And he needed to pay for what he had done.
So what does that say to you?
That he's guilty.
How do you feel about that?
I'm shaken because I honestly believed that that wasn't the case. But as I've said before, and as I spoke to you, when somebody does something wrong, there's always a consequence.
Right.
And now he has to pay the consequence. But honestly, I firmly tell you, I believed in both of my sons. And that it's hard to comprehend.
Right.
But he said it out of his own mouth when he was hugging me.
Right.
It's hard for me to believe.
Sorry, Linda.
Is there anything that we can get you?
No.
Okay.
Some napkins and the tissue.
Thank you.
I don't know where the tissue box is. I don't know.
Okay.
Uh,
I can go grab a box of tissues.
do you want me to grab?
No, thank you.
What do you think Jeremy is going to say?
I have no idea.
Do you think he will be surprised?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an idea what Jeremy's going to say.
What?
What do you think it is? I want you to take a guess.
I'll say, what the F is what I believe. What are you talking about?
There's a tack in that box.
Not sure why.
I don't know.
What's the battery looking? Do you have a AAA battery by chance?
I got another quarter.
Okay.
Do you want it?
We're okay for right now. It's still got one bar on it.
out in my truck, but,
I'm sure I have some downstairs.
There's a downstairs in this place?
Yeah, jail downstairs too.
Learn something new every day.
do you have any other children, Linda?
Oh,
Just the two boys?
yeah.
I have two boys. And there's nothing like a brother's bond. They're going to be best friends for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's things that they kept from me. They're only 8 and 13. But I'm going to venture a guess, and I could be wrong, that Billy told Jeremy what happened.
I don't know.
And I'm also going to venture a guess that they said we got to tell Mom.
I don't know any.
Linda, you can't keep something that heavy to yourself. You guys are a tight family, I can tell. I know where you live. I drove by your house.
Well, I gave the address.
I drove by your house before you gave me the address. You guys chose that location for a reason. You want to be by yourselves. You want to be secluded. You want to hide from this. This whole picture is not a surprise to any of us. And you remember what I told you when these two ladies stepped out of the room? You're going to wear it for the rest of your life. He's being honest. You've taught your sons to be honest.
Yes,
It's time to practice what you preach, Linda.
I am honest. I am telling you.
You know, I was listening to your son's interview, and he was talking about how he gives back to the community in the Philippines, like
Yeah.
a lot. It sounds like he's
They're
done
very
a lot.
poor there.
And it sounds like he has done a lot in his life, especially since he's had his newest kids, to maybe atone for some of the things that he has done in his life by giving back and caring for people. And I don't know what was going on in his life at that time that he killed this girl. But it's probably, like Tom said, it's weighed on him heavily, and he's trying to make up for it. And just because you didn't commit that act doesn't mean that you don't carry around the guilt with you about things that you've known about and you've wished that you could do something about to fix it. And that's what we're trying to give you, an opportunity to get that guilt off of your chest for knowing, for having an inkling of an idea that this had happened.
Like I said, I didn't know. And the first thing, him telling me out there in the breezeway or whatever in the garage, that's the first time I've heard that from his lips, that I need to pay for what I did. And that's what he said in my ear, and that he loved me.
And you handled it very well.
Almost like it's not the first time you've heard it.
I was standing there watching you guys. There was no reaction, there was no gasp, there was nothing other than, I love you too. I can't imagine getting that information from someone that I love and trust, and having it be the first time that they acknowledged to me that they had killed somebody. and not have it be a shock.
It is a shock.
Linda, you sat there a little while ago, and when it was just you and me, and you appeared to me that you were pretty torn. Remember me asking you, you just seemed pretty torn. You know how you can look back on your boys and you knew when they were hiding something? You're a good mom. You're a good mom. I have kids. And as much as they try to hide it, you can always tell when there's just something not quite right. Something's just a little off. You know, we're looking at you right now. We know something's off. And I think you have made such a point of trying to protect your boys that it's over. It's over. There's nothing more to protect. Okay, all the family needs to know is that it's over. And it's over for you too. You don't have to hide anymore. You don't have to protect. And as you're sitting here looking at me, I can tell you just want it over with. You want it over with. This has got to be eating you up.
See, him telling me that he did this is, you know, my belief is that you have to, if you do something, there's a consequence, and he will have to pay the consequence for his actions. Did I know about anything that he's talking about? No. Did I suspect something? No.
I have a hard time believing that you lived with him off and on for as long as you have, with as close a family as you are, and that you don't know something that you couldn't have suspected.
I can't believe that my son committed a crime.
Wasn't there anything that raised a red flag with you?
No.
I don't believe you're being honest. This is your opportunity. Just let it all go, and I don't believe you're being honest.
I'm being honest. Am I showing you emotion right now? No. But when I go home, I'm sure I'll cry and fall apart. But I'm not going to do that here. Am I upset? Yes.
So why don't you go over and start over and actually explain what really happened?
Exactly what I said, the way I remember it.
Okay, now we can back up, and you said that Billy was with you the whole time. And we already know that's not true.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, he was with me. Did he leave the house and come back before I moved around? I don't know. But all that I'm aware of is that he was with me at all times. Did he get up early? I don't know. Did I sleep in that day? I don't know. So I'm not going to be aware. I mean, my understanding is we're all right there. And, you know, I don't know when this happened or how it happened. I know nothing.
You know, you sat there a little while ago and was talking about accountability
Yeah.
and how holding your kids accountable is number one.
Yeah.
You know, and how, you even described how you went to the school
Yeah.
for, what was that, 8 weeks?
8 weeks.
Yeah, to make sure that they realized what was going on and the whole
I followed
accountability
through.
aspect. Yeah.
Now, do you think that I wouldn't tell the truth if I knew the truth, that I wouldn't have made him accountable? Because that's serious. This is serious. I can guarantee you I knew nothing. Because had I, the way I raised them is that he would have to be accountable for his actions. Doesn't matter how much it's going to hurt me or anybody else. It means you have to pay for whatever you've done. Yes, I may suffer because of it or whatever, but, you know, if he did wrong, then he has to pay. And you may not believe that I would turn my kid in or whatever. I would, had I known.
So, that day that you guys, the day that this happened, it was, you know, in the morning and everything. Did you notice any kind of change in his behavior that now knowing what you learned today? So I want to believe you. Is there anything, knowing what you now know, that you're like, oh, that was weird? Like extra hugs or extra quiet or
I just,
I don't know.
I don't remember. I do know that he was wanting us, he said he had to get back to work and he wanted us to, you know, get the packing done and get it in the truck. He had to be home on us, you know, to go to work.
Mm-hmm. Had he mentioned that the night before, the day before, like, hey, I'm on this really strict timeline? Or was it that day that it was like, okay, we're on this really strict timeline?
I think he was from the moment he got there, but like I said, I know you say I have a really good memory and all that, but there's some things I just don't recall every detail.
Okay. What else did he whisper to you out there?
Just that he loved me and he needed to pay for what he did wrong.
Right, but I thought, because I heard him tell you, you know, I love you. He whispered something.
He said, here's my wallet and here's my phone.
Okay. Are you protecting your other son in any way?
No.
Do you think that your other son would be protecting Billy?
At this point, I don't know.
Are Jeremy and Billy pretty tight? Like, do they talk regularly? And
No.
No.
I mean, they love each other, and when Billy has been home or whatever, they spend time together, but
How close were they back then? I mean, you said that Billy was like Jeremy's dad.
well, Billy liked to act like that, but Jeremy didn't necessarily take it like that, it's just like, quit bossing me. You're not my dad.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice a change in their relationship after you guys moved away from Arkansas?
No.
No? Was there any reluctance with Jeremy wanting to buy the house with Billy?
No.
No? Okay. If you could say anything to Rebekah's family, what would you say?
And I'm sorry that it took so long to get the answers. And I know that I haven't lost a child through death or anything, but I have lost family members, and it's devastating. And you carry it with you for the rest of your life. So that's something they've carried with them, is her no longer being with them for all these years and just wanting the answers.
Linda. Billy's in there talking and telling about everything that's happened, and everybody's roles. Is he gonna tell us that he brought those cleaners and the paper towels for him?
No,
Okay,
my brother
okay.
requested.
I have to ask that. I have to ask that. It's always better to say.
That's the only reason why I was on that property that day, was because my brother had me bring him to my parents, and then it was drop this stuff off at my house.
Okay.
And otherwise, I wouldn't have even been on the property.
Well, as you can imagine, I have to ask that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was there Sunday, dropping off those supplies.
Is there anything I can get you?
Thank you.
prison, you know.
So I'm gonna turn my phone off because we have a recorder going on here. There's a recorder in this interview room, so I'm turning the cell phone recording off. It's 6:53 p.m.
Can I get either one of you, I know that you want to get a cigarette, so we'll go find that, but anything that I can get for you guys, you need a coffee or water, some kind of a
You need
snack.
water. Okay.
Okay, I will go try to find a cigarette for you guys.
Mhm.
I love y'all.
I love you.
Well, we go home. I'm gonna just give him a truck cup. We're fucked. You know that, right? The house that we just got. You know that, right, Mom?
Well, I'm just gonna have to keep working. Between the three of us,
I'm gonna go see my brother and give him some hugs. I love you, Mom.
I love you too.
So, can I take care of a couple administrative things real quick? The gun that belongs to that holster, where is it?
It's in the truck. I'm not gonna do nothing. I want to come up here and just, I'm not, I'm,
So-
I understand.
But yeah, you understand where we're going.
I do, I totally do. I just want to get in the truck, come up here and just, you understand it.
Yes.
I'm not thinking like that. I know that I would have to come up here anyway, you know. I just found out.
I know. So your brother is in with the investigator from Arkansas right now, and they're gonna finish up some things. I'll promise you that you will be able to love on your brother before you leave. So, you trust me?
I don't have any other reason not to, man.
Okay.
You haven't been an asshole to me or rude or disrespectful to anybody. I know you came out over there and you're like looking for something. I was like, what? Was that you?
Yeah.
Why was that?
What's that?
Why'd you come out earlier?
Oh.
You just checking us out?
No, I honestly,
brother?
I was looking for something and I couldn't find it.
I was like, whoa.
You know, you were like, what is this guy's problem?
You're all looking. I was like, what's going on?
I didn't see you sitting there. You scared the heck out of me. Honestly, you're being so quiet like a darn mouse. I peeked around the corner. Oh, there you are. And I'm looking up around like a chicken with the head cut off.
Yeah, I was getting irritated up there. I was like, because my back hurts, Mom.
I know.
And I was like, hey, I'm going to go sit in the truck.
Where's a good place for him to smoke?
It's not right out here.
Okay.
Y'all can hang out with me.
Is your truck locked?
Yeah, it should be.
Don't make sure it's locked.
No, I just go right around the side.
It's over there in the 3-hour parking. Hopefully we don't get a ticket.
Our parking rate only works during 3 days a week, and this isn't one. You're good.
I gotta see CDW, I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm all that, brother. You know, I'm not gonna screw you, I'm not gonna do that. It just, the girl from the family at the house. You know,
You got kids?
I got her 3 and then my biological, you know,
Yeah.
and they love me, they look up to me. I'm not, no, I'm not.
Good.
Damn, how many you trying to give me?
I
just
didn't use
wanted
stick them in your
to.
pocket,
I just wanted
wherever
to.
you want it. Okay. Do you have a lighter?
No. Let's go outside
He
and
normally
smoke.
doesn't smoke.
Yeah. You out there enjoying me if you want.
I don't smoke.
I quit.
Well, you still talk to me.
I smoked when I met my wife, and my wife said I'll never date a smoker, so I quit.
Left.
Yes.
Well, I'll do that.
Do you need to use the restroom at all?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. had said it's been a while since you've eaten. Do you need some food?
That's why I'm taking those sugar tabs.
Okay, we have some TV dinners and stuff like that, some frozen dinners downstairs if you'd like us to heat one up for you. At least it would get something in your stomach.
Yeah.
Will that work?
Oh, you guys
She
figured
needs
it
some
out?
food.
Need some food?
Yeah.
Okay. Billy's wanting his phone, so I need to take that to him. What do you need what do you need to eat? I know you're a diabetic. Are you in?
Just anything right now, because my sugar level's going down and I can feel it. So I've been eating the tabs.
Let's get you some food, okay?
Right, and I'll have the water.
Okay, I'm gonna call one of the guys out in the lobby and he'll give you some food, okay? Do you think Jeremy's gonna need to eat?
Right now,
Because we can make him one too.
I
Okay.
don't
Okay.
know. You'd have to ask him. Like I said, normally he doesn't smoke, but this is all a bit shocking. He's trying to calm his nerves.
Sure.
Can I get you anything to eat or drink or?
We're working on that right
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
Been talking to your son for the last several hours, and he's telling me he has the ability to bring a lot of peace to people, right? Bring peace to family. That's what he wants to do, right? He's sorry for what he's done. He's sorry for the life that he's lived. He's sorry for the lives that he's been leading, and so he's very contrite, very, and it's no reflection on your parenting. It's no reflection. Sometimes people, they do things they wouldn't normally do for whatever reason, and he's trying to make amends for it. And there's nothing that he says that makes me think he's not a decent man, right? So things happen. It's a process, and so I just want to let you know that your son's not a monster. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. So I'll go ahead and sneak on out where our other fellows go. Or
I think they're right out there.
okay.
Hey, as soon as somebody could come in, could you have them go downstairs and heat up a meal? And then bring it to the Sinclair room? Thank you. 5. Enough for 10 or 11 people. Sweet. That works. That works. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Linda, Jeremy wants to know, do you have your medicine?
No,
No, do you want your medicine?
I'll be fine till I get home.
Okay, you're diabetic, right?
Yeah,
All right, can we get you something, we're working on something you eat. Okay,
that's
I'll let him
fine.
know you don't want your medicine. Okay.
No.
Do you mind if Jeremy hangs out in here?
Not at all. Would you like something to eat?
Nope.
No?
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Cold out there?
A little bit.
That thing's still going strong, huh?
I turned the other one on just in case.
Oh, nice.
I wasn't sure.
Love you. Feels better in here with these seats. Y'all can put these out in the waiting room. I would have sat all day. So, I'm gonna call the tractor place, come pick the tractors up. Okay? I'm gonna take all that wood back. It's about $6,000 worth of wood. Okay, Mom? I love you. I'll let them know they can come up to the house anytime. I'll let them know they can come to the house anytime.
Yeah.
What's that?
This right here?
Recorder.
This your recorder.
Yeah, not that drawing.
Oh, the drawing
my
was on the
artwork.
diagram of the trailer. We didn't know what the layout was.
I did a crappy job, but that's the gist of what it looked like.
Porch, kitchen, living room, master. That's how they're usually laid out.
Right.
Usually. The newer ones, it's like big room, small room, massive living area, not dining room. Sure, you good? Your phone's in the car.
I know.
My phone's about dead.
Mine probably is too.
No, it's charged.
Okay. You need a Kleenex?
Nope.
Is that a chalkboard?
Don't look like
It
it.
is.
I haven't seen a chalkboard.
It's old.
Dang.
We thought about putting a chalkboard on our pantry door. So when you walk in the pantry and you run out of popcorn, you can just write on the chalkboard. Yes, sir? You good?
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want nothing to eat? We're making your mom something to eat. Okay.
What you make? What they make? What y'all making?
One of our fancy homemade TV dinners.
I could have got something for you, Mom.
That's all right.
They're actually not too bad.
I drive too much. I travel too much. It's like, no good.
I bet you get tired of fast food, huh, if you drive? My dad used to drive long haul.
I don't do long. I do, got a 26-foot straight truck. Repo.
Do you just stay local?
No.
No?
I go all over. Majority, not all, let's say 50 states, but
Wow.
bank hires my company, and we go out and pick up equipment. Could be semi-trucks, trailers, restaurant, you name it.
With the economy the way it is, you guys busy? Yeah.
All right, Mom. Hey. You all right? You sure?
Are you all right?
I'm lost for words.
Me too.
I don't. You know we're gonna be getting death threats. You know that, Mom. You understand that, right?
I have no idea.
I've already told them that that's more likely that's what's gonna happen is we're gonna be getting death threats. So it's gonna go public. It's going national. You understand that, Mom?
Yeah.
I'm whenever we do go home, I'm not gonna be sleeping, okay? finish it, but more than likely I'm gonna take it back, so we get that extra money. And I'll probably put it on the tractors. If not, we'll figure out how to pay. If we split it 3 ways, me and Kara can pay, me and Kara can pay.
And then I'll just keep working.
Me and Kara can pay for the house. It's gonna be 30 years plus.
I'm gonna pay for the tractors by working.
If whatever I need to do, I'll do. Did you draw that? Or did somebody else?
I drew it.
Really?
She did a darn good job of it.
That's what I'm saying. Damn, Mom, you did a good job.
I didn't draw it.
I would have been like, oh, the pride. I ain't gonna get yelled at for not wearing my mask, am I?
What's that?
My mask, I ain't gonna get yelled at for it.
No, you're good.
Okay. This building looks small from the outside, but you get in there, it looks big.
I got a whole other second story down below too.
What? What you keep down there?
Prisoners.
Prisoners.
Freezers. Yeah, freezers.
Really?
Break room records, evidence. We have a small municipal jail down there. Yeah, there's a whole another world down there.
I would never do that at all. food at the house too, Mom.
Right.
Kind of gets thought.
I'm supposed to go to work tomorrow.
Well, do you want me to drive you up there?
Maybe.
Okay. Monday I might be, I have to go to work Monday too, but I'm gonna tell them I'm gonna be coming in late.
No, you just do what you have
I'm
to
gonna be
do.
coming in late Monday a little bit.
No, I can drive myself.
No,
Yeah.
can you call me when you get there?
Yeah.
What time would you be leaving?
About 6 o'clock in the morning.
How long of a drive is it from the house down up there?
I think like 6 hours.
Really? You know the family's gonna disown us, right? I'm just stating that. Love you.
Love me too.
You gonna be alright tonight at the house?
Yeah.
I need sleep. everybody's going, I want to get the address so I can write them. Okay?
Yeah.
You all right? I love you.
You too.
You bruising these, Dean?
That's where I got my labs taken.
Food's not here yet? We're still working on food?
I can go grab it if you're gonna stay in.
Oh, I thought you had somebody
I
bring
have
it.
somebody, but they got out on a call.
Okay, yeah, if you would, please.
Yep,
Please.
just a second.
Sorry, Lenny. Are you okay?
Yeah.
What do you think's better, here or Arkansas?
What do you mean?
Like the Oregon or Arkansas? What do you like better, here or there?
Dude, let me tell you, I flew in, heavy cloud cover. I didn't see Oregon from the sky.
What you?
I drove here this morning in the dark, and it's dark now. So I haven't even seen Oregon. It's all been a shadow.
Just watch out for the protesters.
Yeah. Yeah. He's worried about you guys, and I'm telling him that
I'm
you.
sorry.
I know, man. It's just.
There's another thing too, is I told the state, is once this airs, you know we're gonna get death threats. We're gonna get threats. You understand that, you know, and
Well,
I
at least you
understand.
guys are well removed from that region. You know, you guys aren't anywhere around Arkansas. I mean, Oregon is.
I wouldn't even have never thought or
Yeah. Linda, I want to apologize to you for getting a little rough with you there earlier.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's just, it's part of what we do.
Right.
And
I told her. I already told her.
yeah.
I know how it is.
Yeah.
Because like I told you,
And
Mom
when,
knows I work for the
when
state.
you lied to me on the phone, that was like red flags, you know, that you know something. Why in the world would you lie for him if you didn't know something?
About what?
Well, I asked your mom, when's the last time she saw Billy, and when do you expect Billy to come back to the States? Well, Billy flew in on the 10th. I was talking to your mom on the 21st. Billy was already here, and she was telling me that she didn't know when he would be here and all this kind of stuff. So I was already having some concerns about Linda, you know, and she apologized for lying to me, but you know, that kind of thing can kind of lead the investigator in a certain direction.
This is jailhouse food. Just letting you know. I understand that. And, there you go. I was waiting for you to talk to me. I was like, shit, man, it was taking forever.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I already know that y'all thought, because that's what he told me out there. And I was like, whoa, you know. I'm like, I wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's like walking out in traffic and a semi just hits you.
Yeah.
And my emotions are up and just down, up and down, and I'm like,
Right. It's been a long struggle. I mean, 16 years.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, I thought it was the damn neighbors.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Neighbors killing a damn pig and a damn cow. So when all this is over with and the case is closed, can I get everything to read once it
Oh
goes
yeah,
to
man.
public?
It will all be.
And can I get your information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have a card on. I don't think I do. Maybe I do.
I don't
have
care.
his number.
Linda, you want my card, or do you have my?
Sure, I have your number, but
I just want to give him a big, big hug before he goes.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
I just.
My major's sending me a text message, so I'm gonna need to call him, and I'll check on you in a little bit.
How long are we gonna stay?
You guys don't have to stay, but right now we're still getting information from Billy, and we're going to talk to him for a little bit more. There's still some things that we're finding out. So whenever we get done with his interview, I'm going to let you talk to him again and give him a hug like you want, but it may be just a little bit. You guys are free to go at any time, but you're also free to stay here as long as you want to give him a hug if that's what you want to do.
I want to give him a big, big
Okay,
hug.
I'll come back to check on you in a little bit. Is that
thank
all right?
you.
Sorry about the food, but that's better than the rest of them that were down there.
I can't eat. I can't.
Well, I have to, I'm already
I
getting.
know. I
I-
know you're getting fatigued. That's why.
I kind of tried to bring you a little bit of everything.
Too much carbs, too much sugar.
Picky.
Extra.
Well, I'm just saying, I'll take it home, the kids will eat it. 19 carbs for that.
For that little itty bitty bag.
Yeah,
Good Lord.
and you can only have so many carbs per day. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, you know what? These right here are the
best.
Then help yourself.
No. Hold on. They're best when they're putting a toaster. You ever had that?
No.
Toasted PB&J?
I've never even seen those before.
Really? If you
And
do
so,
a
yeah.
toasted PB&J, you can be like, he was right. They were good.
I thought it was a pie.
Oh, it's a PB&J, mama.
Okay, well, what do I know?
So,
Has Claire tried to call you?
I've talked to her
Okay.
before I got pulled out of the truck. I get pulled out, I got told to get out. My back hurts so bad.
Those chairs up there look a lot to be desired.
Yeah. Been sitting there since 6 hours almost.
No, we've been here since 12:30.
Yeah. 1, 2, 6.5, whatever, 7, whatever. Are you from the area, Cottage Grove? What's the history about Cottage Grove?
Well, it's originally a mining town, mining and logging. Most of our celebrations and stuff, like what I was telling your mom earlier, we have kind of like a festival in the summer. It's called Bohemia Days, and it celebrates all the mining history. We've got a big, there's a big shindig down at the local park that they put on, and that's what we usually call Bohemia Mining Days, and it usually lasts about 4 days. All kinds of vendors show up, and then we have a parade.
Sounds like the
And,
Oyster Fest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think every town has their own little celebration of
Yeah.
some
Oh.
sort. But they've got different activities for kids. They get to learn how to pan for gold. And
You got a piece of paper?
I know I do.
As in you did this one.
No,
Okay.
I mean, what?
I just want one.
Just one? Need a pen too.
I got one. All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I love you.
I love you too. Well, I think you're gonna have to direct me to the restroom.
I can definitely do that. That's an easy one.
Don't worry about that. I'll get that, Mama. You okay?
It's the third door down there on the right. Third on the right. Third on the right.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Don't eat Taco Bell in the town. I did last night. Oof. That's messed up. It's an evil little laugh you have. I travel so much, it's like, I'm just, yeah.
Hey, Linda?
She's in the restroom.
Okay. So he wants to visit with you? Wants to say goodbye? So he wants you guys to go home, get some rest. So once Linda comes back,
I'm gonna stay in contact. I got Mike's number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write him a letter right now, and I'm gonna hand it to him.
Sounds good.
Reality setting in.
Thank you for picking the napkins up, Karen.
They get you to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ate some.
Sandwich?
Yeah, she don't, she had the
I watched the carbs.
There you
so
go.
I eat the meat and the cheese.
Okay.
But thank you.
you know he wants me to get the kids over here from the Philippines, right?
Huh?
You know he
Yeah.
wants me to do that.
Right.
That's gonna be a hard one. I'm gonna keep that promise for him.
Will you guys do me a favor?
Sure.
Will you keep an eye on one another? And don't be afraid to reach out for help if you need it.
I'm not afraid to reach out.
Chaplain, counselors, whatever your beliefs it are.
I can't fucking spell Philippines to save my life. Would you like to write something, Billy?
Jeremy just finishing up a letter real quick and
all
then.
right, there's food.
Okay.
Can I offer you some pizza?
I
That's
can't
what I'm
eat.
smelling at.
Yeah, there goes my diet brother out the window.
You work with the state too?
Yeah, I'm a state trooper. We all look alike, bro.
No, I swear I've seen him
Cost
and
is way
you.
more better looking than me.
Well,
Because
here,
I used to work
Oregon.
up at Wilsonville at the state, the
Yeah.
female.
Okay, you're a correctional officer or
I was.
something?
I
Okay.
was.
You may have seen me then, because we do institution crimes all the time, right? Come in.
Yeah. That's why I was like, between y'all two, I was like, both y'all look familiar.
Tammy, thank
You know he's gonna want to
for
talk to his
you
girls,
ruined my
right?
diet, I love you for it, so.
I don't know.
You're welcome.
Right. You know my weakness,
What?
pizza.
Yeah, I can't eat. No. Dude, I've eaten majority of the fast food restaurants. Stay away from
I'm gonna have to let my pants out a little bit. I'll wake up in the morning with a cotton mouth, like a hard night of drinking all that salt and all that sugar.
it. Yeesh.
Fell off the wagon.
Thank you guys for your patience.
Mine was running thin out there, sitting on that hard thing.
I don't blame you.
That's why I was like going in the truck. I was about to take a nap.
Yeah, you want you guys to go home and get some rest, so it's been a long.
I'm not to go nowhere until I get a big ass hug from him.
Yeah, you know what, he said, hey, it means a lot that you come back, right? I mean, family, right? You guys stick together, whatever that looks like, right? Life still serves a purpose, as long as he's drawing Aaron's one, so, you know, he wants to make the pain go away, or at least help some people with the pain, right? So that's, you know, some people are monsters that don't have, you know, they're not, they're just weak. They don't care about anything but themselves, but you know, he needs to be at peace, right? He wants to be about people at peace, so. Are we done?
Think so?
Okay. And so, was everything that you guys told us today the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody promise you anything in exchange for your statements today?
No.
Okay. Anybody ask for an attorney today?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you guys feel like you were threatened into giving a statement today?
No. We
How-
came
how-
voluntarily.
Okay. Do you feel that you were treated well today?
Yes.
How about you, Jeremy?
Talking about that.
Yeah.
I only saw a few of y'all's faces.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was just outside. I was just
Okay, all right.
lack
Just wanna
of,
make sure
just
that
a little
you're
lack
right,
of,
right.
hey man,
Decent to you.
talk to you in a minute.
I wasn't here all the time, so.
No, you good.
Right, okay.
I just, my butt hurts.
Let's go get you to your mother. Go ahead and
Yeah.
we'll let you both go in there.
Can I come back for my lunch or whatever?
What's that? You can come get your lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make sure that goes.
I
with
got
you.
his wallet. I got keys. Is it all right if I hand this to him?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm not. It's nothing. You can read it.
No. Okay. I don't want to bother you for you, so is,
I don't know who to follow.
what's that?
I said, I don't know who to follow.
Okay, come on.
You're gonna have to close it a little bit. I'm a little thick. Go ahead.
Is that what you needed?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody turn off those.